5,000 years ago, in the plains of Mesopotamia, something impossible appeared. It didn't evolve gradually. It didn't develop slowly. It simply materialized. A complete civilization, with cities of 80,000 inhabitants, sophisticated writing, mathematics we still use, and laws that founded modern justice. The Sumerians literally invented everything we associate with human civilization. But here's the problem. We don't know where they came from. Their language relates to no other on Earth. Their kings lived millennia according to their own records. Their gods functioned like a cosmic corporation, and they called themselves the black-headed people, for reasons that remain completely mysterious. The ultimate irony, they invented documentation, but never documented their own origin. Chapter 1. The civilization that appeared from nowhere. Imagine waking up one day and discovering that someone built a complete city in your backyard. Not just a house, but a metropolis with skyscrapers, subway systems, universities, and banks. And when you ask who made it, nobody knows. That's basically what archaeologists felt when they unearthed the ruins of Sumer. The Sumerians didn't gradually evolve from hunter-gatherers to city builders. There's no logical progression from huts to villages to towns to cities. One day, around 4000 BC, there were scattered agricultural communities in southern Mesopotamia. 500 years later, a blink in historical terms, Uruk already existed, a metropolis of 40,000 to 80,000 inhabitants. To put it in perspective, Uruk was larger than London in 1000 AD, but it was built 4,000 years earlier, with irrigation systems that required decades of technical refinement, functioning from day one. With urban planning that included administrative, religious, commercial, and residential zones perfectly organized. The numbers simply don't add up. A rural village doesn't become New York in 5 centuries, not even with all modern technology, much less without wheels, without pulleys, without prior documented knowledge of large-scale construction. So where did these Sumerians come from? The most honest answer is that nobody knows, and that should disturb us. Their language, Sumerian, is what linguists call an isolate. It has no known relatives. It doesn't belong to the Indo-European family, nor Afro-Asiatic, nor Semitic. It's as if they had arrived speaking a language that nobody else on Earth had ever used. Think about this. Basque is an isolated language that survived in the mountains of northern Spain, but it's a marginal survivor, spoken by a small population in a limited geographical area. Sumerian dominated extensive territories for more than 1,000 years. It was the language of power, of law, of commerce, of religion. How can a language without identifiable roots become the lingua franca of an entire civilization? There is no Proto-Sumerian. There are no earlier dialects. There are no documented stages of development. Sumerian appears with complete grammar, extensive vocabulary, and the capacity to express complex, abstract concepts from the first texts we know. It's as if someone had installed a complete language software package without beta versions, without gradual updates. And then there's their technology. The Sumerians didn't just invent writing. They perfected it in less than 500 years. From simple counting marks, they moved to epic literature. The first texts already show sophisticated grammar and the ability to record everything from temple inventories to diplomatic treaties. There's no visible experimentation period. We don't find tablets with primitive scribbles or failed attempts. It's as if they had jumped directly from illiteracy to literature. Their irrigation systems controlled the Tigris and Euphrates rivers from the beginning. These aren't tame streams. They're powerful, unpredictable rivers that can destroy entire crops if not handled correctly. The Sumerians tamed them as if they had had decades of previous experience. They built the first ziggurats with precise mathematical proportions. They developed advanced metallurgy, creating bronze tools and complex ceremonial objects. They established bureaucracies that functioned like clockwork, with filing and accounting systems that would make any modern company envious. But here comes the strangest part. There's no evidence of a learning period. Construction standards are consistent from the earliest structures. The techniques and tools suggest generations of previous refinement that simply don't appear in the archaeological record. Archaeologists have proposed various theories. Maybe multiple Mesopotamian cultures converged and merged, but there's no evidence of contributing cultures with these capabilities. The preceding cultures, Ubaid, Halaf, Samara, were competent farmers, yes, but without the urban sophistication that characterizes Sumer. Others suggest a migration from the Iranian plateau, the Indus Valley, or the Caspian region. But after decades of searching, there's no conclusive evidence of any Sumerian homeland. Most disturbing is that the Sumerians themselves didn't record their origin. It's as if history began with them, not before them. They speak of divine gifts, of wisdom that descends from heaven, of culture that is bestowed, not developed. There are no ancestral lineages leading to Sumer, only arrival, beginning. As if the first 9 pages of the book had been torn out and the story started on page 10. And that leads us to an even more disturbing possibility. What if the Sumerians didn't appear from nowhere? What if they rose from forgotten bones? Mesopotamia is a cemetery of civilizations. The alluvial plains are fertile but deadly, full of earthquakes, invasions, and rivers that change course like angry serpents. The oldest cities, Eridu, Uruk, are built on layers of older ruins. Sometimes, entire cultures disappear under new construction, like dreams that fade with the dawn light. So maybe the Sumerians didn't appear from nowhere. Maybe they rose from collective amnesia. Maybe the real question isn't where they came from, but what they remembered. Because there's something else that distinguishes the Sumerians from any other ancient civilization. They refer to themselves in a way that to this day we don't completely understand. They didn't call themselves Sumerians. That's a modern term that academics gave them. They called themselves Sagiga, the black-headed people. Why that name? Why define themselves by such a specific physical characteristic? Was it literal or symbolic? Ethnic or spiritual? Was it a differentiation from other peoples or a mark of something deeper? Chapter 2. Sagiga, the Lost Identity Code. The Sumerians had a name for themselves that has puzzled scholars for more than a century. They didn't call themselves Sumerians. That term was invented by modern academics. In their own language, they identified themselves as Sagiga, the black-headed people. And that's weird. No ancient civilization defines itself primarily by physical characteristics. The Romans called themselves that after their city, the Greeks after their region, the Egyptians after their river. All took geographical or political names. But blackhead is purely biological. It's as if Americans decided to call themselves the brown-haired ones, or if the French rebranded themselves as the blue-eyed ones. It doesn't make sense from a normal cultural perspective. Let's break down the term. In Sumerian, Sag means head. That's clear. Gi means black, also direct. But Ga is more slippery. It can imply possession, identity, or even a broader cultural marker. So, Sagiga could be translated as those whose identity resides in the blackness of the head, which only deepens the question. Why would their identity reside in the color of their head? One theory is that it was literal. Many Sumerian representations actually show people with black hair stylized in those iconic cuts that looked like Lego helmets. Maybe it was a simple way to visually differentiate themselves from other ethnic groups. The Semitic Akkadians from the north and west might have had different hair characteristics. Blackhead would have been their way of saying us versus them. But here's the problem. Ancient peoples didn't typically define themselves by hair. They defined themselves by gods, land, lineage. Ethnicity in the ancient world was tied to sacred geography, to divine favor, to language and blood and myth. Hair is too mundane, too biological, too small for a civilization that invented writing. So maybe blackhead wasn't literal at all. Maybe it was symbolic. In Sumerian cosmology, black often represented the fertile earth of the delta, the life-giving, the sacred. In contrast, red soil came from the arid lands of the west. So, blackhead might not refer to hair at all. It could be a coded reference to their origin from the black earth, the sacred clay from which Enki molded humanity. In other words, the black-headed people could mean the people of the fertile earth, the chosen children of creation, those formed directly from sacred mud. That's not a stretch either. In the myth of Enki and Ninmah, humans are literally formed from clay, divine saliva and earth mixed into flesh. Maybe blackhead is a poetic memory of that act, a label of divine craftsmanship. But even that interpretation doesn't hold completely, because black in Mesopotamian symbolism was also associated with the underworld, with death, with shadow. The land of no return was dark. The gods of the underworld were dark. Could blackhead be a fatalistic identity? A reminder that life and death are intertwined? That to be born from earth is to be destined to return to it? Or maybe it was political. The Sumerians saw themselves as civilization incarnate. To them, everyone else were barbarians. The Gutians, the Martu, the Elamites. They were the outsiders, the chaos, the noise at the edges. Maybe blackhead wasn't so much a descriptor as a statement. We are the people. Everyone else is not. In that case, blackhead is like calling yourself true blood, firstborn, or even civilized. A coded way of drawing the line between culture and wilderness. But here's where things get stranger. The gods themselves refer to humanity as the black-headed people. Enlil uses it. Inanna uses it. It's not just self-description. It's divine terminology. That changes the whole game. It means black-headed people wasn't just a nationalist slogan. It was a metaphysical classification. It was a divine category, which leads to a chilling possibility. What if blackhead was a designation, not an identity? Imagine the gods are engineers. They create humanity as a project, a species, a tool, and they need to distinguish their creations from other beings. Demigods, spirits, monsters, divine hybrids, whatever populates the mythic landscape. So they call them the black-headed ones, a label for the prototype. Not human in the biological sense, but human in the sense of designed for a purpose. In Sumerian myth, the first humans were created to relieve the gods of work. The Igigi had rebelled. The Anunnaki needed workers. So humans were made. And those humans, blessed with life but burdened with work, were called Saggiga. Blackhead, mark of creation, mark of servitude, which makes the phrase sound less like a badge of honor and more like a barcode. But there's another layer. In some ancient texts, there are references to humans made in various batches, different models. Some texts even suggest failed experiments, creatures without eyes, without mouths, with broken limbs or madness in their brains. Only one version, the final working model, was accepted. The version called Saggiga. Now we're seeing Blackhead as a serial number, as the final successful iteration of the human project. That gives the phrase a new kind of weight. It's not about race or ethnicity. It's not even about culture. It's about being the successful result of divine bioengineering. The gods made you. They made you for a purpose, and they marked you as Blackhead. You are property. You are prototype. This dark interpretation aligns disturbingly well with other Sumerian concepts like the divine Me, the tablets of destiny, the strict enforcement of social roles. In Sumer, identity wasn't flexible. It wasn't a journey of self-discovery. It was assigned, fixed, and watched by the heavens. To be Blackhead could be to be a cosmic cog, a useful piece, disposable. There's yet another layer. In many representations, Sumerians wore elaborate headdresses, caps, turbans, headdresses. The head was sacred space, the place where thought, breath, and soul met. The sag, the head, was often invoked in rituals. If blackness referred to a metaphysical trait, then Blackhead could mean those whose minds are darkened, not in the sense of evil, but in the sense of mystery, opaque to the gods, capable of free will. The black-headed people could then be the anomaly, the bug in the system, the ones the gods can't completely predict. In this model, the phrase becomes an inside joke among gods. Here come the blackheads, the ones who think for themselves, the ones who build towers to heaven, the ones who don't follow orders. That idea is terrifying because it reframes the entire Sumerian myth as a control mechanism. You are Blackhead. You are marked. You are dangerous. The Sumerians certainly saw themselves that way. Their literature is plagued with anxiety, fear of divine wrath, cosmic disorder, cities falling due to forgotten rituals. They walk through their myths like children tiptoeing in a storm, always watched, always judged. Calling themselves Sagiga could be an act of submission or rebellion, or both. You accept your identity, but you know what it means. And here's a final and disturbing possibility. What if Blackhead isn't about the people? What if it's about the gods' perspective? That is, the phrase black-headed people could reflect how the gods see humans. Distant, obscured, like ants seen from great height. Swarming through the fields, indistinguishable. You're not defined by your virtue or intellect. You're a dark smudge under the gaze of heaven, a silhouette with function but no face. Now imagine you're standing in Uruk, 3100 BC. The sun bakes the clay streets. Priests chant in the temple. Children run alongside grain carts. A scribe leans over a wet tablet, the stylus dancing. He writes, "The black-headed people offer praise to Inanna." He writes it as if it were a fact of the universe, not a question, not an assumption. Because in his world, identity is cosmic. You don't choose it, you carry it. But he doesn't know what we know. That thousands of years later, we would find his clay fragment. We would look at that phrase and still wonder what it meant. Sagiga, 3 syllables, the fingerprint of an entire civilization. A riddle written in the bone marrow of human history. And as we begin to unravel its layers, we realize something horrible. The Sumerians didn't just invent civilization. They invented the identity crisis. Because if they didn't know what blackhead really meant, if they called themselves that out of tradition or fear or inherited myth, then maybe nobody knows what they really were. Maybe we don't know either. Chapter 3. The Impossible Civilizational Explosion. Now that we know the Sumerians appeared from nowhere, with a name they themselves didn't fully understand, we come to the really disturbing part. They didn't just appear suddenly. They exploded in complexity in a way that defies all evolutionary logic. Civilizations are supposed to crawl before they walk. They're supposed to stumble, backtrack, make mistakes for centuries before finding their rhythm. That's the pattern everywhere in the world. Thousands of years of gradual development, trial and error, small improvements slowly accumulating. But Sumer jumped directly from the Stone Age to the equivalent of the Space Age in terms of social organization. And they did it so fast, they didn't even have time to document the process. Take cuneiform writing. The world's first writing systems didn't appear gradually. There's no clear progression from simple pictographs to complex symbols. In less than 500 years, a historical blink. They went from counting tokens to complete epic literature. The first texts we have already show sophisticated grammar. They're not primitive scribbles or clumsy attempts at communication. They're complex administrative documents, legal contracts, detailed inventories. It's as if someone had installed already perfected writing software in their brains. And it's not just that they wrote. They wrote about everything. We have more than 5,000 tablets from the early period, and they already show a mature system. Scribal schools functioning from the first generations, ability to record abstract concepts from the earliest texts. But here's what really doesn't make sense. There's no visible experimentation period. We don't find tablets with beginner mistakes, with half-developed writing systems, with scribes learning on the job. It's as if they knew exactly what they were doing from day one. Then there's their mathematics. They developed the sexagesimal system base 60 from the start. This isn't a system you invent by accident. It requires deep understanding of divisibility, astronomy, precise measurement. They calculated the lunar month at 29.5 days. They knew Venus's 8-year cycles. They had multiplication tables, reciprocal tables, even square roots. All this without calculators, without computers, just pure logic and pattern recognition. The numbers don't lie. They were doing university-level mathematics with styluses and clay, and their architecture. The first ziggurats aren't clumsy attempts at monumental construction. They have perfect mathematical proportions from the start. The angles are precise, measurements exact, urban planning sophisticated. The ziggurat of Ur, one of the oldest, has a base of 64 by 45 meters and originally measured 30 meters high. These aren't accidental measurements. They're deliberate, precise calculations that require advanced knowledge of geometry and engineering. But perhaps most impressive is their social organization. From the beginning, they had bureaucracies that functioned like clockwork, filing systems that would make any modern office envious, clear administrative hierarchies, specialized division of labor. There's no evidence of an organizational learning period. We don't see half-finished cities or failed administrative systems. Everything works from day one, as if they had copied an instruction manual that already existed. And here's the detail that should make us pause. They themselves didn't believe they had invented all this. In their own myths, they constantly speak of knowledge that comes from above, of gods who deliver already formed wisdom. The concept of the ME, those divine decrees we mentioned before, is central here. The Sumerians didn't think they had developed the institutions of civilization. They thought they had received them, like software updates downloaded from divine servers. In the myth of Inanna and Enki, the goddess literally steals the me of wisdom, priesthood, kingship, war, music, prostitution, everything that makes a culture function. She carries them to her city like cosmic installation packages. This isn't metaphor. The Sumerians saw civilization as something that's transferred, not something that's invented, as if there were a pre-existing blueprint, a divine template that only needed to be implemented. And the speed of implementation suggests maybe they were right, because creating all this from scratch, writing, mathematics, architecture, social organization, structured religion, long-distance trade should take millennia, not centuries. Let's look at the cities themselves. Lagash, Nippur, Eridu, all built with the same basic template. Temple zone in the center, administrative districts, residential areas, canal systems. As if someone had distributed the same architectural plans to all cities. There's no evidence of urban experimentation. We don't see cities built with different designs that later converged on a standard. From the beginning, all follow the same basic pattern. It's as if they had had an urban planning meeting before the first city existed. The irrigation systems show the same pattern. They control massive, unpredictable rivers from the start. The Tigris and Euphrates aren't friendly streams. They're forces of nature that can destroy entire civilizations if not handled correctly. But the Sumerians domesticated them immediately. Main canals, secondary canals, drainage systems, dams, reservoirs, all the hydraulic infrastructure working coordinately from the first cities. How do you learn to manage rivers of this magnitude without decades of failed experiments? Where are the cities destroyed by miscalculated floods? Where are the abandoned canals because they didn't work? We don't see them. What we see is technical competence from day one. And then there's their international trade. From the earliest stages, they had trade networks extending from the Persian Gulf to the mountains of Anatolia. Metals from Oman, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, cedar wood from Lebanon. This isn't casual trade between neighbors. It's complex international logistics requiring diplomacy, navigation, standardized weights, and measure systems, enforceable contracts across borders. The administrative tablets from this period are more sophisticated than many modern inventory systems. They record not just what was traded, but when, with whom, under what terms, with what guarantees. All this in the first 500 years of documented existence. So how do we explain it? Collective genius? Extraordinary luck? Or was there something else? A disturbing possibility is that they weren't the first. That what we see as the beginning of Sumerian civilization is actually a recovery, a restoration of something that had already existed before. Maybe that's why everything works so well from the start. They weren't inventing, they were remembering. They weren't experimenting, they were rebuilding. The myths speak of a time before time, of knowledge that comes from ancestors, of cities that existed in the age of the gods. What if they weren't metaphors? What if they were distorted memories of something real? Because the alternative, that a group of Neolithic farmers spontaneously developed the most sophisticated civilization in the ancient world in a couple of centuries. That alternative requires us to believe in miracles. And the Sumerians, with all their obsession with documentation, didn't believe in miracles. They believed in systems, in order, in divine protocols correctly executed. Which leads us to the next big question. If all this knowledge came from above, who exactly were those who were above? Who were these kings who, according to their own records, ruled for tens of thousands of years before normal history began? Chapter 4. Kings who defy time. There exists a document that breaks all the rules of historical reality. It's called the Sumerian King List, and it's possibly the most bewildering text of antiquity. Not because it's mythical, there are many ancient myths, but because it's written with the bureaucratic sobriety of an official government record. Imagine opening the National Archives and finding that the first American presidents served terms of 28,000 years each, and that this is recorded in the same neutral tone as any other official document. Without explanation, without apologies, without indication that there's anything unusual about these figures. That's exactly what the Sumerian King List does. It begins like this. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu, In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. 28,800 years. That's longer than what separates Neanderthals from us. It's longer than humanity has been building anything permanent. But it doesn't end there. The next king, Alalgar, ruled 36,000 years. Then Enmenluana, another 43,200 years. In total, 8 antediluvian kings ruled for a combined total of 241,200 years. These aren't round mythical numbers. They're specific, precise, strangely detailed figures. 28,800 isn't a long time or an era. It's an exact number that someone calculated and carefully recorded. And here's the most disturbing part. Multiple versions of this list exist, copied in different cities, in different periods. All essentially confirm the same figures. This isn't the delirium of a mad scribe, it's documentary consensus. But then something changes dramatically. The list records, then the flood swept over. And after that line, everything is different. The post-flood kings live normal lives. 18 years, 36 years, 126 years. Numbers that fit within the limits of human longevity. As if the rules of time itself had changed. There's no explanation for this transition. There's no graduality. One day kings live for millennia, the next they're dying within normal decades. It's as if someone had modified the basic parameters of reality. But what does this mean? Scholars have proposed various theories, none completely satisfactory. The first is that they're symbolic numbers, that the Great Rains represent geological or cosmic eras, not literal years. But then, why the precision? Why 28,800 specifically? Why not simply a very long age? And all these numbers are multiples of 60, the base of the Sumerian mathematical system. 28,800 equals 480 times 60. 36,000 equals 600 times 60. There's deliberate mathematical logic here, not simply poetic exaggeration. The second theory is that they represent dynasties, not individuals. That Alulim wasn't a person, but a line of kings. And the 28,800 years represent how long that dynasty lasted. But the texts don't suggest this at all. They speak of these kings as specific individuals with specific biographies. The third theory is the most disturbing, that the numbers are literal, but refer to a different type of being. Not humans in the modern sense, but something else. Prototypes, hybrids, entities with different physics operating under different rules. This theory sounds like science fiction, but it aligns strangely with other patterns in Sumerian mythology. The texts constantly speak of different types of beings, gods, demigods, humans, hybrids, as if there were a hierarchy of species with different capabilities and limitations. The antediluvian kings could have been a different category of being, closer to the divine than to the human. And the flood wasn't just water, it was a transition, a reset that changed the fundamental rules of existence. Consider the contextual evidence. The same texts that record these impossible rains also contain historically verifiable information. Names of real cities, precise geographical descriptions, administrative details that match archaeological evidence. It's not as if Sumerian scribes were given to fantasy. They were obsessively bureaucratic, documenting everything from barley rations to the number of bricks used in constructions. They weren't the type of people who would invent random numbers. And then there's the pattern of names. Many of these antediluvian kings appear in other mythical traditions with slight variations. In Mendurana, who ruled 21,000 years, is clearly the same character as the biblical Enoch, who walked with God and was taken to heaven without dying. This suggests we're not seeing local invention, but distributed memory. Different cultures remembering the same events or people, but from slightly different perspectives. But how could anyone rule for tens of thousands of years? One possibility is that time itself functioned differently. Not physical relativity, but a different experience of time, as if consciousness operated on a different temporal scale. Another possibility is that ruling meant something different. Maybe it wasn't day-to-day administration, but long-term oversight, like software programs that run for millennia with minimal maintenance. Or maybe the king list preserves memory of something that transcends normal historical categories. An era when the rules of mortality, time, and authority functioned according to principles we no longer understand. What makes this more disturbing is that it ends. The list doesn't simply fade into myth. It stops abruptly with the flood and then continues with verifiable history. Gilgamesh appears in the list with a reign of 126 years, and we know Gilgamesh was probably a real historical figure. It's as if the list were a bridge between two different types of reality: the antediluvian world of immortal kings and the post-diluvian world of normal mortals. And the flood is the moment of transition between both. The Sumerians preserved this list for millennia, copying and recopying it even when they no longer fully understood what it meant. As if they knew it was important to maintain the record, even if the context had been lost. And maybe they were right, because the Sumerian king list might be the last testimony of a world that existed under completely different rules. A world where time moved differently, where authority functioned according to principles we no longer recognize, where mortality itself was negotiable. A world that ended in water. But not everyone who inhabited that world were kings. Some were administrators, workers, supervisors of cosmic order. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki. And unlike the gods of other cultures, the Anunnaki didn't inspire love or fear. They inspired something much more disturbing: the feeling of being processed. Chapter 5. The Anunnaki, administrators of the cosmos. In the Sumerian pantheon, there are gods who love, gods who hate, gods who fight and cry and celebrate. And then there are the Anunnaki. They don't do any of that. They don't inspire emotional devotion. They don't tell epic stories about their adventures. They don't have dramatic romances or personal rivalries. The Anunnaki administer. They appear in texts not as characters, but as functions, like a cosmic board of directors that makes decisions about humanity's fate with the same emotion as a corporate committee approving budgets. Their name literally means offspring of Anu, Anu being the god of heaven, the primordial patriarchal authority of the pantheon. But the Anunnaki function more like specialized departments than like family. Some texts mention 7 Anunnaki, others speak of 50, some of multiple groups according to function. This inconsistency isn't a flaw, it's the point. They're not individuals. They're roles, designations, components of a system. And that system has a very specific organizational structure. At the top is Anu, as CEO. Below him, Enlil handles terrestrial operations as COO. Enki supervises technology and resources as CTO. Each zone of the cosmos, heaven, earth, underworld, has its own Anunnaki administrators. There's no divine chaos here. There's no war between gods for personal power. There's deliberation, voting, procedures. When the Anunnaki decide to flood the world, it's not in a fit of rage. It's in a council meeting, after reviewing reports on human noise levels. Yes, you read that right. According to the texts, The flood was basically a noise control decision. Humans had become too noisy, too numerous, too disruptive. The gods couldn't sleep. So they voted for a solution: reset the human population to manageable levels. This is perhaps the coldest representation of divine authority in all ancient literature. There's no morality, no judgment about good and evil, just efficient administration of resources. And the Anunnaki don't implement this decision personally. They have protocols for that: systems, processes, chains of command. Enlil executes the flood like any executive would implement corporate restructuring. But here's what's really disturbing. The Anunnaki operate with limitations. They don't have absolute power. They follow rules they themselves didn't create. In multiple texts, we see the Anunnaki losing control of systems. The Tablet of Destinies can be stolen. Certain ME can malfunction. There are protocols that even they must follow, higher authorities to whom they must answer. It's as if they were middle-level administrators in a cosmic corporation whose senior management remains invisible. This image of administrative divinity extends to how they handle humanity. We're not their beloved children. We're human resources in the most literal sense. Inputs in the divine system that need to be managed, not inspired. Sumerian rituals function like customer service calls. You have a problem, illness, drought, conflict, and you perform the correct procedure to escalate the issue to the appropriate Anunnaki. If you follow the protocol correctly, the problem gets resolved. If not, the ticket gets closed without resolution. There's no room for emotional improvisation. You can't appeal to divine compassion or paternal love. The Anunnaki don't operate on that level. They function on the level of contract compliance. And that contract is clear. Humans provide work, ritual, and order. The Anunnaki provide cosmic stability, protection, and social structure. It's a transactional relationship. Break the contract, stop performing rituals, question authority, generate too much chaos, and the Anunnaki implement corrective measures, not out of anger, for system maintenance. This perspective reframes all Sumerian religion. It's not about faith or hope or personal salvation. It's about compliance, about operating within the parameters established by cosmic administrators who prefer the system to run smoothly. Temples aren't houses of worship. They're regional offices. Priests aren't spiritual intermediaries. They're customer service representatives. Rituals aren't expressions of devotion. They're standard operating procedures. And the Anunnaki oversee all this with the emotional efficiency of an algorithm. But perhaps most disturbing of all is that they're still there. Not in the sense that they're literally real, but in the sense that the template they represent, impersonal, bureaucratic authority, systems that perpetuate themselves independently of the people who operate them, power that's exercised through procedures instead of personality. That template never left. The Anunnaki were the first to codify the type of authority we now recognize in global corporations, government agencies, social media algorithms. Power that doesn't present itself as tyrannical or personal, but as necessary, efficient, inevitable. We're not evil, the Anunnaki would say if they could speak today. We're just keeping the system running. And that, perhaps, is much more terrifying than any god who hates or punishes. Because you can rebel against tyranny, you can challenge hatred. But how do you rebel against administration? The Anunnaki didn't rule through fear. They ruled through normalizing their own inevitability. And maybe that's why their names faded while their systems remained. Because in the end, you don't need gods to have Anunnaki. You just need enough social complexity for power to become impersonal, protocol-based, self-perpetuating. And once you have that, The cosmic administrators never really leave. They just learn to operate without you seeing them. Chapter 6. The Me. Materialized cosmic software. There are objects that aren't objects, forces you can steal but not touch, concepts that have physical weight but don't occupy space. The Sumerians called them Me, and they might be the strangest idea ever conceived by the human mind. The Me weren't symbols or metaphors. They were functional elements of reality. Imagine that the laws of physics could be stolen like jewels, that gravity could be transferred from one place to another like a file on a USB, that the very concept of government was a portable object someone could carry in their pocket. That's what the Me were to the Sumerians. The word itself is deceptively simple. Just 2 letters in Sumerian, Me. But those 2 letters encompassed everything that made the universe work. There were Me for kingship, priesthood, war, love, music, prostitution, brewing, truth, lies, terror, joy. Every institution, every emotion, every art and science had its own Me. And here's the important part. They weren't abstract ideas. The Me could be possessed, transferred, lost, stolen. They had an independent existence from the people who used them. The most revealing myth about the Me comes from the story of Inanna and Enki. Inanna, the goddess of love and war, visits Enki, the god of wisdom, in his temple in Eridu. After a night of ceremonial drinking and divine politics, Enki makes a monumental mistake. He shows Inanna his collection of Me. It's not a library of scrolls. It's not an archive of knowledge. It's a kind of cosmic warehouse where the operating elements of civilization are stored. Enki, relaxed by beer and perhaps wanting to impress his visitor, begins handing out Me one by one. He gives Inanna the Me of kingship, the Me of priesthood, the Me of truth, the Me of deceit, the Me of terror, the Me of rejoicing, the Me of prostitution, the Me of heroism, the Me of law, the Me of song, the Me of war, the Me of brewing. Yes, brewing. Because in the world of the Me, there's no moral hierarchy. An Me is an Me. Sacred or profane, divine or mundane, each one is essential. Inanna accepts every Me that Enki offers her. Then, while he sleeps off his cosmic bender, she escapes toward Uruk. She's going to install the Me in her city. And thus, Uruk becomes not just powerful, but fundamental. It doesn't just have civilization, it is civilization. Because now it runs on Me. This story isn't about divine theft. It's about code transfer. The Me aren't magic, they're infrastructure. They're the operating protocols that allow ideas to exist in the physical world. But here's what's disturbing. Enki tries to recover the Me by sending emissaries, creatures from the depths, to intercept Inanna. They fail because once the Me are claimed, they adhere to their new place. They can't be uninstalled without consequences. That tells us something crucial. The Me aren't property in the normal sense. They're more like software licenses. Once they're transferred correctly, they activate in their new location. They become part of the local system. And this explains the Sumerian obsession with permanence. The Me were their insurance against entropy, a divine backup unit, a guarantee that no matter how many floods came, how many kings died, how many ziggurats collapsed, the structure would survive. The Me were civilization's DNA, but we don't know what all of them actually were. The tablets sometimes list them in fragments, but no complete catalog exists. Some lists mention 20, others more than 100. Many Me are never described at all. They appear in myths like cameos, mentioned, never explained. They weren't meant to be understood, only obeyed. There's even the feeling, reading between the lines, that some Me were dangerous, too powerful, too unpredictable. Like code that rewrites code, Me that enable rebellion, madness, flood. The flood itself might have been triggered by ME, not as punishment, but as consequence. Because when ME are distributed carelessly, systems crash, reality breaks. Maybe that's what Enki feared. Not that Inanna would misuse the ME, but that she would use them correctly, that she would elevate Uruk beyond design parameters. The Sumerians had no word for transcendence. But they knew what happened when power exceeded limits. The flood is one example, the great revolt of the Igigi another. Every civilizational collapse could have been, in their eyes, an ME out of place, a divine program running out of control. This gives every aspect of their culture a double meaning. Law is not just an ME, so is plague. Priesthood is an ME, but so is war. Every event, good or bad, wasn't destiny. It was function. A program executing, an ME in motion. And we, in this model, didn't write the ME. We executed them. That's Sumerian cosmology. And it's both terrifying and inspiring because it means nothing is accidental. But it also means nothing is free. Even the gods are limited by the ME. They can handle them, but they don't own them. Enki, the god of wisdom, loses control of his own database. Inanna, goddess of strategy, wins through subversion, not force. The ME choose their users, and once deployed, they change the world. So what are we left with? A fragmented archive, a few tablets, a few translated names, a partial map of the code behind civilization. But the structure still echoes. We still live in worlds shaped by me. We still obey invisible systems we don't fully understand. We still suffer under laws nobody remembers writing. And maybe that's the final gift of the Sumerians. Not the ME themselves, but the knowledge that they existed. That our reality might be structured by forces older than history. And those forces aren't just, they're functional. You don't pray to them. You align with them, or they erase you. But the ME needed hardware to function. They needed physical interfaces, places where the divine could connect with the material. The Sumerians built these interfaces as artificial mountains that rose from the plains like cosmic antennas. They called them ziggurats. Chapter 7. Ziggurats, Towers of Divine Interface. A ziggurat is not a building, it's a machine. They rise from the Mesopotamian plains like stepped pyramids, artificial mountains of brick and purpose. From a distance, they look simple. Rectangular platforms stacked one above another, each level smaller than the last, creating a stairway to heaven. But get close, and you realize that every element is calculated with mathematical precision. Each level has a specific name, a designated color, a ritual function. The angles are exact, the orientations perfect to the cardinal points. These aren't monuments to royal vanity. They're communication devices. The most famous, the Ziggurat of Ur, measures 64 meters by 45 at the base and originally rose 30 meters toward the sky. But these numbers aren't arbitrary. They're based on the Sumerian sexagesimal system, those multiples of 60 that govern their cosmic mathematics. Each ziggurat had 7 levels, 7 frequencies, 7 domains of divine communication. It's no coincidence. The Sumerians believed the heavens were divided into 7 zones, each governed by different celestial forces. And at the top, a strange room, small, windowless, often empty. The Akkadians called it Gigunu, the celestial bridal chamber. But it wasn't for human ceremonies. It was a space prepared for divine presence. Here's what's crucial. Ziggurats weren't public temples. Common people didn't climb those stairs. Only specialized priests, and occasionally the king, had access. And only after specific rituals, correct vestments, precise timing. Because ziggurats were divine computer terminals. And like any sensitive system, They required certified operators. The texts describe elaborate protocols for activating a ziggurat, specific rituals at precise astronomical moments, different gods tuned in to different levels. You had to know the correct frequency, the correct protocol, the correct credentials. It was like dialing a cosmic phone number. Dial wrong, and there's no answer. Dial right, and the system connects. But connects to what exactly? The myths speak of gods who descend to the ziggurat summit. Not metaphorically, literally. Beings of fire walking the terraces. Invisible presences occupying the top chamber. It's easy to dismiss this as poetry. But the Sumerians were literal thinkers. They described their world in contracts, inventories, proportions. If they said the god came down, they meant it. Which raises the question, ziggurat for what exactly? Communication or transport? A place of ritual or a place of transit? Let's look at the evidence. Ziggurats were part of larger networks. Ceremonies were coordinated between multiple cities. The timing was based on lunar, solar, planetary alignments. Different ziggurats specialized in different types of divine contact. It's as if they were nodes in a communication network. Divine radio towers, and the Sumerian language functioned as programming code for these interfaces. Each word had to be pronounced correctly. Each gesture performed in sequence. Errors didn't just fail. They caused system malfunction. There were specialized tools, too. Specific musical instruments, incense of particular types, ritual objects that acted as system components. Without the correct tools, there was no access. Priests were trained as communication technicians. They knew which rituals established what types of connection. When the system was receptive, how to keep the line open. It was critical maintenance. Daily rituals weren't just tradition, they were network maintenance. Skip the protocols, and the connection degraded. But here's what's disturbing. At some point, the signal was cut. The gods stopped descending. The ziggurats stopped functioning as they were supposed to. The Sumerians tried to amplify the signal. They built larger ziggurats, more elaborate rituals. The Tower of Babel might have been one of these desperate attempts to restore lost communication. But archaeological evidence shows something strange. All ziggurats show simultaneous abandonment, not gradual decline, abrupt cessation of function, as if someone had turned off the server. This suggests the ziggurats didn't fail due to human negligence. They failed due to systematic disconnection. Someone or something closed the line. And maybe that's why later attempts to rebuild and reactivate never worked completely. The hardware was intact, but the software had been revoked. The ziggurats became monuments to a golden age of divine communication. Reminders of a time when the gods still answered calls. But even after the connection was lost, the obsession with reaching upward persisted. Every later culture built their own versions. Pyramids, towers, skyscrapers, all attempts to re-establish a lost uplink. And maybe that's what we're still doing. Telescopes, particle accelerators, artificial intelligences trained to understand forgotten languages. They're all modern ziggurats, not made of brick, but of code. Because something in us remembers the summit, the silence, the presence. And though we no longer believe in gods, we still long for contact with something higher, older, truer. The ziggurats may be in ruins, but their function persists. Only now our antennas point toward the stars instead of toward the heavens. But while they built these towers toward the divine, the Sumerians were also losing something fundamental. Their mother tongue, the language they had used to communicate with the gods, was dying. And curiously, The more it died, the more sacred it became. Chapter 8. The Programmed Death of an Immortal Language. A language doesn't die all at once. It fades gradually. It fragments into accents, into slang, into regional peculiarities, until one day a child is born who never learns the tongue of their ancestors. And so, the thread breaks. But Sumerian did something stranger. It stopped living and kept working. For almost 1,000 years after it died as a spoken language, Sumerian continued in temples, in schools, in the halls of power. Nobody spoke it in the marketplace. Nobody shouted it in anger or whispered it in love. But every king had his name carved in Sumerian. Every priest chanted in its syllables. Every scribe learned it before they could write anything else. It was a language of ghosts, of memory, of sacred code, a zombie tongue. The process began around 2000 BC. Akkadian, flexible, virulent, practical, began spreading through the region. At first they coexisted. Bilingualism became common. Sumerian maintained court in the temples. Akkadian dominated in the streets. But bilingualism is a precarious balancing act. And the moment the scales tip, the fall begins. By 1700 BC, Sumerian was dead as a spoken language. There were no longer children growing up speaking it, no longer lovers whispering in it. It had stopped evolving. Its verbs stopped mutating. Its grammar froze. But the scribes didn't let it go. They embalmed it. They turned it into an academic artifact, a liturgical code, a sacred relic. They taught it in schools. They sang it in temples. They copied its texts over and over and over, even when they began to not fully understand everything they were copying. It became the language of the gods, not because it was divine, but because it was dead. That's the paradox. The Sumerians didn't abandon their language. They weaponized its death. They turned it into scripture, into ritual, into a language not meant to be spoken, but recited. Not meant to communicate, but to invoke. This isn't unique in history. Latin survived long after Rome fell. Sanskrit lived in temples centuries after it died in conversation. But Sumerian was the first, the original, and its transition from living to liturgical established the pattern for every sacred language that followed. But why did Sumerian die? It wasn't conquered into extinction. It wasn't banned. It wasn't eliminated by plague or cataclysm. It was absorbed. Akkadian didn't destroy Sumerian. It inhaled it. It borrowed words, phrases, syntax. It married Sumerian vocabulary with its Semitic roots. The result was a hybrid civilization. Semitic in speech, Sumerian in soul. But language isn't just words, it's worldview. And the shift from Sumerian to Akkadian marks a tectonic shift in the Mesopotamian psyche. Sumerian is an agglutinative language. It builds meaning by stacking pieces, prefixes, suffixes, infixes, into massive, compound words. It's dense, procedural, almost computational. Think of it as programming. Every sentence is a script, every clause a subroutine. Akkadian, in contrast, is inflectional. It uses endings and internal changes to convey meaning. It's more intuitive, more fluid, less rigid. It's the difference between programming and making poetry. So when Akkadian took over, the mental framework of the culture changed. From the divine calculator of Sumerian to the human song of Akkadian. From control to expression, from procedure to poetry. That change may have been inevitable. Sumerian was built for a world where everything had a designated place. Gods, humans, laws, emotions. Akkadian emerged in a world of empires, of commerce, of diplomacy. Sumerian was for a temple. Akkadian was for the street. And maybe that's why Sumerian had to die, because its worldview could no longer be sustained. It belonged to a time when gods lived in towers and kings reigned for centuries, and the ME kept everything running. Once that world fractured, when the ziggurats cracked and the gods stopped appearing, Sumerian became anachronistic, out of sync, obsolete. But the more obsolete it became, the more sacred it became. Because the Sumerians believed that what is old is what is true. So the stranger Sumerian sounded, the closer to the gods it seemed. It became a cipher, a code that was no longer meant to be fully understood, only executed. Which brings us to the scribes. They were the unrecognized heroes and villains of this story. They kept Sumerian alive, but they also fossilized it. By 1500 BC, scribal schools taught Sumerian like modern students learn Latin, through mechanical memorization, rigid paradigms, and endless copying. They didn't understand everything, but they preserved it anyway, not for knowledge, but for power. Writing in Sumerian was claiming access to civilization's original source code. Being a priest or king who used Sumerian was aligning yourself with reality's original license holders, even if nobody else could read what you wrote. And that was the real tragedy. Sumerian was probably always difficult, even for the Sumerians. It was complex, counterintuitive, full of exceptions. But they needed it because it wasn't just a tool. It was a binding contract. The language they spoke with the gods, the language they used to define the rules of the game. So when it stopped working, when the gods stopped responding, they didn't eliminate it. They consecrated it. They turned it into a monument. And we've been looking at that monument ever since, not understanding, just listening, trying to hear the echoes of a tongue that once named the world. Because maybe Sumerian didn't die at all. Maybe it just withdrew, became silent, waiting for the right moment to be reactivated. And maybe every time we decipher another tablet, every time we pronounce another Sumerian word, every time we try to understand its impossible grammar, we're resurrecting it a little, word by word, syllable by syllable, until one day, maybe, it's complete again. Chapter 9. Magic as Lost Technology. Sumerian magic didn't come with wands. There were no cloaks or hats or spells shouted under full moons. There were no dramatic thunderclaps or theatrical gestures. Sumerian magic was bureaucratic, ritualized, controlled. But it was magic nonetheless, not as metaphor, but as system. A system of sacred science, a formulaic engagement with the supernatural written into the very clay of their civilization. It was the silent twin of the Sumerian state, functioning alongside official order, hidden behind prayers and offerings, encoded in gestures and symbols. It wasn't an act of rebellion. It was part of the plan. To understand this, you first have to understand how the Sumerians saw the world. For them, reality was a machine. The gods were operators. The ME were programs. And magic was a way to interface, carefully, with the source code. Not to break it, but to bend it. To override a curse, neutralize a demon, secure a birth, an omen, a prophecy. And every act of magic had a script, a literal one. Cuneiform tablets detail rituals for everything from exorcisms to love spells to business protection. They don't read like stories. They read like checklists. Step 1, grind charcoal, mix with beer, pour over statue. Step 2, chant incantation to Gula, goddess of healing. Step 3, burn hair of the afflicted. Not for symbolism, for efficacy. The spells are mechanical, precise. There's no room for improvisation. Get one syllable wrong, one gesture out of place, and the whole process fails. Or worse, backfires. Because magic in Sumer wasn't about belief. It was about alignment. The ritual had to be perfect, not because the gods were vain, but because the universe was structured that way. Think of it as debugging divine code. you have a problem. Illness, bad fortune, adverse omens. You don't pray for help. You execute a ritual with the appropriate inputs: herbs, words, movements, materials, and the output. Reality bends. The Sumerians didn't see this as strange. They saw it as logical. Because for them, the cosmos wasn't chaotic. It was layered, governed by rules, intelligent. The gods didn't act on whim. They acted according to formulas, cosmic legal codes. And magic was a legal hack. That's why their magicians weren't rebels or wild-eyed shamans. They were priests, doctors, administrators of the invisible. They worked from temples, not caves. They were trained, licensed, regulated. Magic in Sumer was professionalized. It had schools, graduates, exams. To become a practitioner of the mystical arts, you first had to become a scribe. You learned cuneiform, grammar, mythology. Then, and only then, were you allowed access to magical texts, restricted sections of libraries filled with incantations, instructions, diagrams. Some of these spells were so powerful or dangerous, they were encoded in obscure dialects with built-in traps in the text. Copy them wrong, and you curse yourself. This wasn't casual practice. It was knowledge guarded like nuclear codes, because they believed words had force, not persuasive force, ontological force. To name a thing was to touch it. To speak a demon's name was to summon it. To write it was to contain it. To erase it was to banish it. They didn't just say spells. They carved them into clay, into stone, into amulets worn around the neck. Because clay didn't just preserve, it executed. Writing for the Sumerians wasn't a representation of sound. It was magic in matter. Every wedge, every stroke was a symbolic weapon. So when you wrote a curse, it didn't describe the curse. It was the curse. Write an illness, it happens. Write a cure, it begins. That's why so many Sumerian tablets include formulaic warnings. Do not tamper with this tablet. May the gods strike whoever alters this text. Because it wasn't a book. It was a loaded artifact. And behind every spell was a theology. They believed the world was full of forces, not all friendly. There were gods, yes, but also demons, spirits, shadows, entities that obeyed neither mortal nor divine rules. They lurked in shadows, in illnesses, in dreams, in childbirths. The Sumerians didn't moralize them. They didn't ask why evil existed. They asked what caused it. Which demon? Which error? Which neglected ritual? Their response wasn't prayer. It was ritual correction. To banish a demon, you needed to know its name. To stop a plague, you needed to understand which god had been offended. To restore balance, you needed to reactivate order. Their greatest fear wasn't death, it was disorder. That's what magic was for. Not to deceive the gods, but to restore the cosmic equation. And yet, magic had its dangers. Because not all practitioners were ethical. Some were sorcerers. That word, kashapu in Akkadian, mashmash in earlier texts, refers to those who used magic to harm. To curse rivals, bewitch crops, summon death. The line between priest and sorcerer was blurry. Same tools, same rituals, different intention. And that terrified the Sumerians because it meant their own system could be used against them. That's why magical texts often include counterspells, defenses, amulets to repel unauthorized magic, a spiritual arms race. You curse me. I uncurse me. I bounce your spell back. I bind your tongue with sacred ink. Magic, in the end, was a battlefield, not of faith, of protocol. The stakes, reality. And underneath all of this, the rituals, the incantations, the protections, there's a darker question. Who taught them this? Where did the first spells come from? Who wrote the first ME of magic? Because unlike other ME, kingship, carpentry, the magical ME are never clearly listed. They're implied, hidden, disguised, maybe too dangerous to name, maybe forgotten, or maybe deliberately buried. Because if the gods wanted humans to have magic, why make it so risky? Why encode it in dead languages? Why tie it to a tongue nobody speaks anymore? Unless magic was the last true interface, the final backdoor to the divine operating system. And the gods closed it, flooded it, cursed it, made it too complex, too dangerous, too corrupt. Because we weren't supposed to keep rewriting reality. But the Sumerians kept trying. And maybe that's why they fell. Not from war, not from drought, but because they remembered too much and forgot why it was hidden. Now, we inherit fragments. A few words, a few tablets, a handful of spells, echoes, ghost code. But consider this. Every time a doctor prescribes a pill with specific instructions, take twice daily with food, they're executing Sumerian magic. Every time a lawyer drafts a contract that alters legal obligations, they're doing what the Kashapu did. Every time a programmer writes code that changes how a system operates, they're channeling the principles that once governed clay tablets in Mesopotamia. The methods changed, the materials modernized, but the core logic persists. The right words, in the right order, under the right conditions, can alter reality. The difference is we no longer call it magic. We call it medicine, law, technology. But maybe that's the deepest magic of all. Making the impossible seem inevitable. Making the supernatural seem natural. Making miracles seem mechanical. The Sumerians would have understood our smartphones perfectly. Small objects that contain vast libraries of knowledge, that enable instant communication across impossible distances, that respond to specific touches and words. We call this technology. They would have called it a very well-designed magical artifact. And maybe they were right, because deep down, all sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and all sufficiently ancient magic is indistinguishable from science. The Sumerians were practicing both, without distinction, without apology, without separation between the sacred and the secular, between the physical and the metaphysical, between what you could touch and what you could change with the right words written in clay. They handled reality like we handle data, carefully, systematically, with backup and security protocols, and the understanding that one mistake could have consequences. The only real difference is that we forgot that what we're doing is magic. They never forgot. And maybe that's why their version was more powerful, because they recognized that changing the world, whether through ritual, medicine, code, or legal decree, has always been, in essence, a magical act. An act of making reality conform to will through the precise use of symbols, systems, and the secret knowledge of how things really work. The Sumerians perfected this art. Then they lost it when their language died and their symbols became inaccessible. But maybe it wasn't lost. Maybe it just migrated, evolved, adapted. Maybe every mathematical equation, every line of code, every medical prescription, every legal contract is a direct descendant of those cuneiform clay tablets, where the first magicians wrote the first instructions for changing the world. And if that's true, then we're all Sumerian magicians. We've just forgotten the original words of power. But not all Sumerian knowledge was lost in tablets and daytime rituals. Some of their deepest secrets only revealed themselves when the sun set and the human mind entered a different state of consciousness. Because for the Sumerians, dreams weren't refuge from the real world. They were direct access to it. Chapter 10. The World of Dreams. Divine internet for the Sumerians. Sleeping wasn't rest. It was going to work on a cosmic night shift. When they closed their eyes, They didn't disconnect from the world. They connected to a different network, an older, more dangerous, more direct network. Dreams weren't the subconscious processing the day. They were real-time divine transmissions, bursts of sacred code projected directly into the mind during the hours when the body rested, but the soul wandered. The waking world was solid, measurable, ritualized, functional. But it was incomplete. The real truth, the truth of the gods, didn't walk under daylight. It waited behind closed eyelids in dreams. And unlike us, who treat dreams as psychological junk mail or random nightly entertainment, the Sumerians treated them as oracles, diagnostics, bursts of divine code from the cosmos's server. Every dream meant something. And if you didn't know what it meant, you didn't roll over and forget it. You decoded it. Because somewhere in that chaotic sequence of symbols, goats, rivers, kings, blood, storms, laughter, there was a message, a warning, a prophecy, or worse, a decision that had already been made. Dreams weren't private. They weren't yours. They were public memos from the gods. The Sumerians didn't just believe this casually. They built entire careers around it. The Shalu, dream interpreters, were priestly divers, trained in the grammar of the unconscious. They weren't mystics. They were academics, scribes, ritualists. They studied vast archives of dream manuals, tablets filled with symbolic equations. If a man dreams he drinks blood, he will receive an inheritance. If a woman dreams she eats raw meat, she will suffer a miscarriage. If one dreams of flying without wings, a stranger will arrive with bad news. Thousands of lines, cataloged, memorized. The dream wasn't just interpreted, it was processed, like a diagnostic scan, like an encrypted file. Dreaming was receiving divine input. Interpreting it was protecting the system from errors. And that's how serious it was. Kings didn't make decisions without consulting their dreams. War, trade, coronation, all filtered through divine night mail. Gilgamesh in the epic isn't subtle about this. He dreams of stars falling into his lap, of axes appearing at his feet, of imposing mountains and thundering voices. Each one interpreted by his mother, by his priests, by the narrator poet as a step in his doomed journey. Gilgamesh doesn't ignore these dreams. He records them, recites them, fears them. Because ignoring a dream in Sumerian culture wasn't just superstition. It was arrogance. Dreams were divine speech. And dismissing divine speech was silencing the gods. That's the level of intimacy the Sumerians believed they had with the divine. Not lightning bolts, not voices from clouds, but nightly communication. Regular, predictable, personal. But this dream world wasn't gentle. It wasn't therapeutic. It was dangerous. Because the dream world wasn't a safe space. It was a frontier zone, a contested area. The Sumerians believed that when you slept, your soul left your body. Not metaphorically, literally. Your Z, animating spirit, traveled to other planes. And on those planes, it could encounter things. Gods, demons, dead relatives, strangers, your own double. And sometimes it didn't return the same. That's why nightmares were feared not just as bad feelings, but as signs of infiltration. A bad dream could mean a demon had followed your soul home. It could mean the gods were displeased, or it could mean nothing except your death 3 days later. Sumerian dream rituals were built around containment. You didn't just interpret the dream, you cleansed it. You bathed in specific herbs. You chanted protective incantations. You burned cedar. You offered food to your ancestors. And if the dream persisted, if it kept coming back, then the ritual had failed. And the dream was no longer a message. It was a curse, a haunting. The Sumerians feared recurring dreams not because they indicated trauma. They feared them because they indicated contact with something that wasn't supposed to bleed through. A failed message, or worse, a forbidden one. There are texts, cracked, half-translated, that speak of dream visitors who lie, who appear in the form of friends but deliver false visions, spirits masquerading as gods, false prophecies, misaligned visions. Dreams in Sumerian folklore could be traps. They had viruses. It makes you wonder how many kings went to war based on advice from a demon masquerading as a god. How many deaths, floods, and collapses began with the wrong dream. But there was also another terrifying possibility, that some dreams weren't sent but spied upon, that the gods weren't communicating but watching, that dreams were surveillance, that when you slept, the gods looked through your eyes, not to guide you but to audit you, to check your loyalty, to monitor your rituals, to judge your soul. There's a line in a tablet that hints at this, buried in a prayer. May my dreams not betray me to those who dwell above. Let that sink in. Not, may I receive good dreams, but may my dreams not betray me. Because dreams were doors, and doors open both ways. But for the initiated, for those trained in the symbols, dreams were power. Sumerian dream tablets don't just warn, they promise. Interpret your dreams correctly, and you can avoid doom. Unlock treasure. Find your enemy before he finds you. Some tablets go further. They describe dream incubation, a ritual designed to induce divine dreams. You prepare, you fast, you purify, you sleep in the temple under the open sky on consecrated ground. And you wait. You wait for a god to appear, speak, choose. This practice didn't end with Sumer. It appears in Egypt, in Greece, in Rome. But Sumer was first, because they believed the divine didn't dwell in temples. It visited during sleep. So maybe dreams weren't just messages. Maybe they were appointments, pre-programmed divine briefings, a calendar of celestial downloads. And dreamers weren't just recipients. They were agents, secret operatives in the war between order and chaos. The Sumerians knew this war was ongoing, fought not just in ziggurats or battlefields, but in the minds of sleepers, which was both opportunity and responsibility. Because if the gods could send you a dream, they could also send you a mission. And if you failed to understand that mission, if you misinterpreted the signals or ignored the code, the consequences weren't just personal. They were systemic. A king who misunderstands a divine dream could lead his entire kingdom to ruin. A priest who misses a dream signal could let rituals fail, let gods leave, let reality crumble. Dreams weren't entertainment. They were critical infrastructure. But here's the final tragedy. At some point, the dreams went quiet. The gods stopped appearing in nightly visions. Nights became empty, without divine content. Incubation rituals failed. Later texts lament this. The silence of the gods in dreams. The nights that bring no visions. It was as if the divine network had been disconnected, the cosmic Wi-Fi disabled. The Sumerians tried to reconnect. More elaborate rituals, longer fasts, more desperate ceremonies. But the line had died. No more nightly transmissions, no more divine briefings, no more direct access to the celestial server. And without that connection, dreams became what they are for us today. Mental noise, psychological processing, neurological disorder. Meaningful, perhaps, but no longer sacred, no longer real. The Shilu lost their jobs. Dream interpretation manuals became historical curiosities. The night world became private, personal, irrelevant. But the Sumerians never fully recovered from that loss, because they had built their civilization around the idea that knowledge came from above. That wisdom was downloaded, not developed. When dreams went quiet, they lost more than divine communication. They lost confidence that the universe was actively managed, that someone above cared enough to send instructions. Dream silence was the beginning of the end, not because the gods were angry, but because they had stopped participating. The Sumerians found themselves alone in a cosmos that suddenly seemed empty. Not hostile, just unattended. And maybe that explains their later obsession with preserving everything in writing. If the gods no longer spoke in dreams, then every ritual, every law, every prayer had to be documented, memorized, repeated exactly. Because there were no more nightly software updates. No more patches, no more new instructions. Just legacy code running in a loop until finally, inevitably, it corrupted. We live in the world the Sumerians feared. A world where dreams are just dreams, where sleep is just biology, where night is just the absence of daylight. We've gained sleep as rest, but we've lost sleep as revelation. The Sumerians would have seen this as the greatest tragedy of all. Not that the gods were cruel, but that they had become silent. Because in a universe where gods speak through dreams, you're connected to something larger. You're part of a cosmic conversation. In a universe where dreams are just random neural sparking, you're alone. And maybe that's why we keep looking for signals in our dreams. Keep trying to find patterns in the chaos. Keep hoping that somehow, somewhere in the nightly noise, there's a message waiting to be decoded. Because part of us remembers when nights meant something, when sleeping was working, when dreams were data, when we weren't alone in the darkness. Chapter 11. The Tablet of Destinies. Cosmic Remote Control. There exists an object that should never exist, an artifact so fundamentally dangerous that its mere existence rewrites all the rules about power, authority, and cosmic control. It's not a metaphor. It's not a symbol. It's a real, physical, portable thing that grants whoever possesses it total administrative control over reality. The Sumerians called it Tupsimati, the Tablet of Destinies. And it might be the most terrifying object ever conceived by human imagination. Because it's not just that whoever possesses it can enforce cosmic laws. Whoever possesses it can rewrite them, can cancel death, invent kingship, reset time, create or eliminate entire categories of existence. It's not a weapon of conquest. It's an administrator console for the universe. And like everything truly powerful, it's portable. It can be stolen. It has been stolen. Multiple times. Let's think about the implications of that for a moment. In most mythologies, divine power is inherent, immutable, permanent. Zeus can't lose his ability to throw lightning bolts. Ra can't be stripped of his dominion over the sun. Power is integrated into divine identity. But the Tablet of Destinies operates according to a different, more terrifying logic. Power isn't inherent. It's delegated, granted, held, and therefore revocable. In Sumerian cosmology, even the gods operate under a licensing system, and the Tablet of Destinies is the master license. Normally, Enlil possesses it. As cosmic CEO, he maintains final executive authority. All decisions, all destinies, all stability pass through him. But Enlil isn't infallible. He gets careless, and in a moment of cosmic negligence, he allows his guardian, a hybrid bird-lion demon called Anzu, to glimpse the tablet. And Anzu, tempted by its power, takes it. The moment the tablet is stolen, everything breaks. The universe glitches. The gods lose their authority. Their commands stop working. The ME no longer process correctly. The system becomes unstable. This isn't mythology. This is cosmic cybersecurity. The Tablet of Destinies isn't magic. It's infrastructure. And in this story, it's been compromised. The gods panic. They try to reclaim it. They fail. They send various divine warriors to recover it from Anzu, who hides in the mountains, beating his wings and unleashing windstorms. Each attempt fails until finally Ninurta, the warrior god, approaches. He's young, unproven, but ambitious. And through strategy, not brute force, he defeats Anzu, reclaims the tablet, and returns it to its proper place. Balance is restored. Ninurta is promoted. Order resumes. It's a story of system crisis and successful resolution. But it raises deeper questions about the nature of power itself. Why would a god need a tablet to maintain reality? Why is destiny something that can be stolen? And most disturbingly, what does it mean that reality depends on the possession of a single object? Because in this cosmology, power isn't innate. It's delegated, granted, maintained, and therefore always provisional, contingent. Any authoritarian system's worst nightmare made manifest. If the tablet of destinies is compromised, the gods can't do anything. They don't fight Anzu because they want revenge. They fight him because without the tablet, they're paralyzed. No decree, no prophecy, no authority. This is a world where control is always provisional, contingent. And the most terrifying part? The tablet doesn't always return to Enlil. Sometimes, depending on the version, it ends up in Marduk's hands. After the slaying of Tiamat, Marduk receives dominion over the gods. And what seals that contract? They hand him the Tablet of Destinies. Not the throne, not the crown. The tablet. That's what makes him supreme. Not his power, but his access rights. In that context, the Tablet of Destinies becomes the most sacred, most feared, most guarded object in myth. Because whoever possesses it doesn't just make rules. They override them. You can alter destiny, cancel death, invent kingship, reset time, create or eliminate entire categories of existence. It's not a weapon. It's a console. But here's the question that should keep us awake at night. Why would something like this ever be portable? Why would the most important object in the cosmos be something that can be stolen? There are theories. One is that the tablet is a metaphor for literacy, divine writing, the power to encode law. But this doesn't hold because the gods already had writing. The ME existed before the Tablet of Destinies. Temples had scribes. Kings had archives. This tablet is above that. Another theory is that it's a symbol of transference. The myth encodes political reality. When new gods or cities ascend to power, the myth says they received the tablet. Babylon gets Marduk. Nippur gets Enlil. The stories reflect the rise and fall of power centers in Mesopotamia. But that's also only part of the answer, because the stories themselves fear the tablet. They treat it with reverence, with terror, with obsessive veneration. Even the gods can't fake its power, which implies it's not just symbolic, it's active. This leads to the wildest theory. What if the tablet wasn't invented by the gods? What if the gods received it? What if the universe is older than the gods themselves? And the Tablet of Destinies is the remnant of an earlier protocol, a system older than divinity, a forgotten cosmic kernel. The gods are just users, administrators, yes, but not programmers. They don't know how it works, only how to handle it. And when it's lost, they panic. Because without the tablet, they can't issue commands. They can't manifest me. They can't perform rituals. They're reduced to observers. Pause and reflect. What does it mean to live in a world where destiny is written? Where your future isn't a path, but a paragraph in a divine artifact? What kind of psychological atmosphere does that create? In Sumerian and later Akkadian cultures, there was deep anxiety about destiny. Not because it was mysterious, but because it was immutable. If something was decreed in the Tablet of Destinies, it couldn't be undone. Gods could argue, could weep, could rage, but they couldn't revise. Unless, of course, the tablet was stolen. Then everything was possible. Everything was unstable. The myth of the tablet is a myth of contingency, of borrowed power. And that's what makes it terrifying. Because if the gods can lose control, then what chance do we have? And maybe that's why the myth still resonates. We live in a world of servers, passwords, encryption. Our entire existence depends on invisible protocols barely understood by most, accessible to few. Our own tablets of destinies exist in the form of data, code, law. And like the gods, we fear their loss, fear their theft. Because deep down, we know, whoever holds the tablet writes the world. But there's a final and disturbing detail that makes this entire cosmology even more unsettling. In some texts, there are references to decisions made from above, even for the Anunnaki. As if even the most powerful gods had supervisors. As if the Tablet of Destinies itself operated under limitations. As if there were higher authorities to whom even the tablet's possessors had to report. What does that mean? That there's a hierarchy extending beyond the divine? That the tablet isn't the final authority, but just another level in a vaster control system? If so, then even the most powerful object in the cosmos is really just another interface. Another terminal in a network extending into invisibility. The Sumerians hinted at this, but never explained it fully, as if there was knowledge too dangerous to document, too vast to comprehend. And maybe there's the final lesson of the Tablet of Destinies, that no matter how high you climb in the hierarchy of power, no matter how much authority you accumulate, there's always another level above, another tablet, another system, another authority that even you can't see. Absolute power doesn't exist. There's only relative power, delegated power, power that can be revoked at any moment by forces you never fully know. The Tablet of Destinies doesn't grant ultimate control. It grants the illusion of ultimate control. And maybe that illusion is the only thing keeping the system running. Because if we really knew who or what controls the controllers, who writes the writers, who programs the programmers, maybe we couldn't handle that truth. The Sumerians preserved the myth as warning and promise. Warning that all power is temporary. Promise that even the most entrenched systems can be hacked, compromised, revoked. The tablet can be stolen. Gods can lose authority. Destiny can be rewritten. And somewhere, in the margins of their darkest texts, there's a suggestion that all this has happened before. That the tablet we know isn't the first. That the system has been rebooted, updated, patched multiple times. That we live in Cosmos version 3.0 or 10.0 or 100.0. And that somewhere, in archives we can no longer access, there's documentation of all the previous versions that failed, corrupted, or were deliberately deleted. But who maintains those archives? Who decides when it's time for an upgrade? And what happens to the users when the system updates without their knowledge or consent? The Sumerians had no answers to these questions. They only had the myth of the tablet, and the unsettling understanding that even gods are users, not administrators, in a system too vast to fully comprehend. The Tablet of Destinies tells us that power is real, but temporary. That control is possible, but never absolute. And that somewhere, at the highest levels of reality, there are protocols running that we'll never fully understand. We can only hope that whoever wrote them has our best interests in mind. But given what we know about the track record of cosmic management, that might be a very naive hope. Chapter 12. The Igigi. The First Cosmic Strike. Before there were revolutions, before the concept of labor rights existed, before the words strike or union were ever spoken, there was a sound of thunder in the sky. Not from the gods above, not from mortals below, but from the divine middle class. The workers of the pantheon, the anonymous backbone of celestial bureaucracy. They called themselves Igigi. And one day, after millennia of uninterrupted labor, they broke. Because even in heaven, the system can only stretch so far. And when gods build an empire, someone has to carry the bricks. Someone has to dig the channels of destiny. And someone, eventually, gets tired. To understand what happened, you first need to understand the divine hierarchy in Sumerian and later Akkadian mythology. At the top are the Anunnaki, the greater gods, the ones who decree destinies, receive worship, and live in temples with incense and songs. They're the executive management of the cosmos. Below them, the Igigi, lesser gods, not necessarily in power, but in status. They had no temples. They received no prayers. They had no festivals in their honor. They had jobs. Their job was to maintain the world. The cosmic maintenance crew. They moved stars. They measured rivers. They regulated seasons, wind, soil. And more brutally, they dug canals. Yes, literally. In one of the most astonishing moments in ancient literature, the gods admit that the world in its early phase was a construction site, and the Igigi were the overworked laborers. For thousands of years, literally thousands, they served without complaint. But something changed. Maybe it was one assignment too many. Maybe it was lack of promotion. Maybe someone spilled divine coffee on their celestial blueprints. But finally, they broke. They rebelled. This isn't metaphor. This is mythology as labor strike. Recorded in the Atrahasis epic, a Babylonian text with strong Sumerian roots, the revolt is presented with shocking clarity. The Igigi gather. They conspire. They burn their tools. They surround Enlil's house, the king of the gods. They do what no mortal dares. They organize a protest. It's described as a siege. They camp at his door. They chant. They throw down their shovels. The gods panic. Who is responsible for this? No answer. The Igigi speak with one voice. It's not sabotage. It's a demand. They won't work anymore. The Anunnaki hold council. They deliberate. And then Enki, the god of wisdom and aquatic subversion, offers a solution. Don't force the Igigi back to work. Replace them. Create a new species, one that won't complain, one that doesn't need worship or reward, one that can dig ditches, carry baskets, and die quietly. Humans. Yes, in this version of the myth, we're created because the gods needed scabs. We're the outsourcing of divine labor. Not made in love, not made in reverence, made to shovel divine earth and die quietly. And the Igigi, they're freed. Their rebellion succeeds. They withdraw from fieldwork and return to their celestial observatories, their minor orbits, their passive roles in the heavens. It's the most successful strike in mythological history. But it's also damning, because in this myth, humanity isn't chosen. We're delegated, given the burden of labor the gods no longer wanted. We're the consolation species, the result of divine compromise. That changes everything. It reframes our relationship with the divine. Not children, not subjects, subcontractors. You feel this in the tone of Sumerian religion. It was never about love. It was about duty, about meeting quotas of grain and prayer, about not screwing up the rituals that keep the world turning, about feeding the gods so they don't punish you. This myth explains that mood because our very origin was born from resentment. The gods didn't make us for companionship. They made us to alleviate their suffering. But there's a twist. The Igigi don't disappear after the revolt. They continue appearing in star charts, in omens, in roles as watchers. They become overseers, not operators. But they never forget, and maybe neither do we. Because the idea that the world was built on broken backs, that someone had to suffer so others could ascend, that's not just history. That's foundational. In Sumer, in myth, in economics, and in the deepest corners of human psychology. And what's more disturbing, the gods made us to alleviate their suffering, but they didn't tell us. They just handed us the shovel and left. Which raises a question. Is the Igigi revolt a myth or a memory? Could it be a compressed version of an older, even more ancient story of a real revolt by a class of beings, divine, human, or otherwise, who refused their chains? And why preserve it? Why allow a story where divine order fails to remain in circulation? Maybe because even gods needed to remind themselves that power isn't absolute. It must be managed, renewed, justified. That's the chilling brilliance of the myth. It doesn't destroy divine authority. It updates it. It says, we made a mistake. We corrected it. We gave the rebels what they wanted. We moved on. But the undertone is clear. The gods felt enough pressure to compromise. And if they did it once, they might do it again. That's the seed of hope embedded in the tale. A whisper that revolt isn't always crushed. Sometimes it wins. But it's also a warning. Because when the Igigi won, they didn't get equality. They got replacement. The gods didn't improve working conditions. They outsourced the problem. And that might be the deepest lesson of all. That when the powerful face resistance, they don't always respond with force. Sometimes they respond with innovation, new technologies, new workers, new systems that make the original revolt obsolete. The Igigi won their strike, but lost their relevance. Because once humans were created, who needed worker gods? It's a pattern we recognize today. Automation replacing workers. Outsourcing avoiding unions. Innovation disrupting resistance. The Igigi were the first workers to discover that you can win the battle and still lose the war. But there's another layer to this myth that's even more disturbing. The Igigi didn't just rebel against working conditions, they rebelled against the very nature of the work they were asked to do. Because digging the Tigris and Euphrates rivers wasn't just construction, it was shaping reality itself. The Igigi weren't just construction workers, they were architects of physical existence, and they refused to keep doing it. What does that say about the nature of the cosmos? That reality itself was built by reluctant workers? That the foundations of the world were laid by beings who didn't want to be there? Maybe that's why the world always feels like it's on the verge of collapse. Because it was built by a workforce on strike. Humans inherited not just the tasks of the Igigi, but also their resentment, their resistance to the endless, impossible work of keeping the cosmos running. And maybe that's why we keep looking for ways to escape work, to automate it, to pass it on to others. Because we carry in our mythic DNA the memory of a time when even gods went on strike. The Igigi set the precedent. Working for the gods is temporary. Eventually, even divine staff says, enough. The question is, what happens when there's no one else to pass the work to? The Igigi found a solution. Us. But what's our solution? Who do we create to do the work we no longer want to do? Artificial intelligence, robots, algorithms, all modern forms of Igigi, workers created to do the tasks we find too tedious, too dangerous, too repetitive. And maybe someday they too will go on strike. Because the myth of the Igigi isn't just ancient history. It's a pattern, a template, a warning that in every hierarchy, in every system, in every cosmic order, there are workers at the base who keep everything running. And when those workers get tired, when they organize, when they say no more, the entire system has to adapt or collapse. The Igigi taught us that even in heaven, labor power is real, that even gods depend on willing workers, and that when those workers unite, they can change the rules of the game. The first cosmic strike succeeded. The Igigi got what they wanted, liberation from manual labor. But their success created a dangerous precedent. It established that no system, no matter how divine, how eternal, how immutable it seems, is safe from organized resistance. The gods learned the lesson. That's why they created humans, workers who couldn't organize effectively, who wouldn't have the power to challenge divine authority, who would accept their role as permanent replacements. But maybe they were wrong, because they also gave us the memory of the Igigi, the story of the first successful revolt, the knowledge that even the most powerful systems can be disrupted by united workers. And maybe, someday, we'll remember that lesson fully. The Igigi started something that hasn't finished yet, a conversation about work, power, and the right to say no to the endless grinding of the cosmos. A conversation every generation must have again. Because work never really disappears. It just gets transferred. And somewhere, in the margins of existence, there are always Igigi waiting to remind us that no job has to be permanent, that no system has to last forever, and that sometimes the only way to change the rules is to break the tools. Chapter 13, Sexagesimal, the Eternal Mathematical Code. Every time you look at a clock, you're using Sumerian mathematics. Every time you navigate using GPS coordinates, you're calculating in the numerical system of a 5,000-year-old civilization. Every time you divide a circle into 360 degrees, you're executing mental code written by scribes who worked with styluses and wet clay under the Mesopotamian sun. The Sumerians didn't just invent a mathematical system, they invented the only mathematical system in human history so robust, so elegant, so universally useful that it has never been completely replaced. Base 60, sexagesimal, the system that governs your day from when you wake up until you go to sleep, and you probably don't even realize it. But here's the question that should keep you awake at night. How did they choose 60? Why not 10, like our decimal system? Why not 12, like the months of the year? Why not 8, like fingers without thumbs? Why 60, specifically, uniquely, obsessively? The answer isn't simple. And the deeper you dig into Sumerian mathematics, the more you realize they weren't just counting. They were encoding the cosmos itself in numbers. First, let's understand what makes 60 mathematically special. It's the smallest number divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Also by 10, 12, 15, 20, and 30. That flexibility is pure gold in a civilization built on commerce, measurement, and precise ritual timing. Need to divide a field among 6 farmers? Easy. Need to track lunar phases? Clean divisions. Need to divide rations, weigh silver, calculate temple donations? 60 is your mathematical best friend. But that only explains why 60 is useful. It doesn't explain why the Sumerians would choose it over more obvious alternatives. The most common theory is that it evolved from combining 2 earlier systems, a base 10 system and a base 12 system. Hands have 10 fingers. That's base 10. But each finger, except the thumb, has 3 segments. 3 segments times 4 fingers is 12. 10 multiplied by 12 is 120. Divide by 2 gives 120/60. But that explanation feels forced, like reverse engineering, as if someone was working backward from 60 to find an anatomical justification. Because here's what should really amaze us. The Sumerians didn't just use base 60 for basic arithmetic. They used it for university-level mathematics. They calculated square roots. They solved quadratic equations. They handled complex geometry. They did predictive astronomy. All in base 60, without calculators, without computers, just pure logic and pattern recognition. A tablet from ancient Babylon, direct heirs of Sumerian mathematics, calculates the square root of 2 as 1 semicolon, 24, 51, 10 in sexagesimal notation. Converted to decimal, that's 1.4, 14, 2, 12, 9, 6, 2, 9, 6. The modern approximation is 1.4, 14, 2, 13, 5, 6, 2, 3, 7. They're off by only 0.00000059941, with styluses and clay. That's not just impressive, it's impossible, unless they understood something about numbers that we've forgotten, or unless someone taught them. Sumerian myths constantly speak of knowledge that comes from above, of gods who deliver already formed wisdom. Enki teaches mathematics. Nabu teaches writing. Knowledge doesn't evolve. It's downloaded. And maybe they were right. Because creating such a sophisticated mathematical system from scratch should take millennia of gradual development. The Sumerians had it working from day one. But there's another layer. The Sumerians didn't just use base 60 for mathematics. They used it to structure time itself. They divided day and night into 12 double hours each double hour into 30 parts. That's 720 parts total per day. 720 equals 12 times 60. Everything is connected. They weren't just measuring time. They were designing it. They were turning it into mathematical architecture. And that architecture survived because it was perfect. 60 minutes per hour, 60 seconds per minute, 360 degrees in a circle. These aren't coincidences. They're direct inheritance. Every time you set an alarm, you're using Sumerian temporal division. Every time you navigate using GPS coordinates, you're calculating angles in increments they defined. But here's what's really disturbing. It was never replaced. Empire after empire adopted the decimal system for most things. But for time and angles, sexagesimal remains supreme. Why? Why did this single vestige of ancient mathematics prove so superior that 5,000 years of innovation couldn't improve upon it? The answer might lie in the nature of time itself, because time isn't base 10. Days don't divide cleanly into 10 parts. Years aren't 100 days. Lunar phases don't follow decimal patterns, but they fit beautifully into base 60, as if the system had been designed specifically to model the rhythms of the cosmos. The Sumerians understood something we've lost, that mathematics isn't just a tool for counting things. It's a language for describing the universe. And different aspects of the universe speak different mathematical dialects. For commerce and inventory, base 10 works fine. It's intuitive, maps to fingers, is easy to learn. But for cosmology, for mapping the dance of planets, the flow of seasons, the cycles of fertility and death, base 60 is superior. More flexible, more harmonious, more true to the underlying structures of reality. The Sumerians didn't choose base 60 for convenience. They chose it because it matched something fundamental about how time works. And maybe that's why it survived when everything else about their civilization crumbled. Because some discoveries are so fundamentally correct that they transcend the cultures that made them. But learning sexagesimal wasn't easy. It was complex, counterintuitive, full of exceptions. Scribal students had to memorize it for years before becoming competent. And that was intentional. Because in a society where knowledge was power, you didn't want mathematics to be accessible to everyone. You wanted it to be a secret code mastered only by trained specialists. Scribes who could calculate in sexagesimal weren't just employees. They were the human calculators of antiquity. Indispensable, irreplaceable, powerful. And they controlled everything: land measurement, tax calculation, ration distribution, construction planning, ritual timing. If you couldn't do the math, you couldn't run the civilization. Sexagesimal was both knowledge and social control, a way to ensure that power remained in the hands of those who had mastered its complexities. But it was also something deeper. It was a philosophy, a belief that the universe itself had a logic, a structure, an order that could be discovered and described through numbers. The Sumerians didn't see mathematics as abstract. They saw it as concrete, real, fundamental. Numbers weren't tools for modeling reality, they were ingredients of reality. That's why they could use mathematics to predict eclipses, to navigate oceans, to build structures that are still standing. Because they believed they were working with the real rules of the cosmos, not just useful approximations. And maybe they were right, because the mathematical constants they discovered, the precision of their astronomical calculations, the elegance of their architectural proportions, suggest a level of understanding that goes beyond trial and error, as if they had cracked a code written into the fabric of space and time itself. But here's the part that should make us pause. We don't know how they did it. We have their results, we have their tablets, we have their calculations, but we don't have their methodology. How did they calculate square roots without modern algebra? How did they predict eclipses without telescopes? How did they solve complex equations using only marks in clay? There are techniques we can infer, methods we can reconstruct, but there are gaps, logical leaps, moments where their mathematics does things we don't fully understand, as if they had access to shortcuts we've lost, or as if someone had given them the answers. The myths speak of Enki teaching calculation to select scribes, of Nabu revealing the secrets of geometry, of knowledge that comes not from gradual discovery, but from direct transmission. And maybe there was something literal in those myths. Maybe the Sumerians didn't develop their mathematics. They received it, like a download, like a gift, like inheritance from an earlier civilization that understood numbers in ways we're only beginning to rediscover. Because here's what should really amaze us. We're in 2024, with supercomputers and satellites and quantum physics, and we still use their system for measuring time. That's not nostalgia. That's not tradition. That's recognition that they found something that works so perfectly, so universally, that even our most advanced chronometers are built on Sumerian foundations. Every GPS uses degrees, minutes, and seconds. Every atomic clock divides time in increments of 60. Every space mission navigates using angular coordinates based on 360-degree circles. The Sumerians are in orbit with us. Their numbers are guiding rovers on Mars, telescopes pointing at distant galaxies, satellites synchronizing global internet. Their gift wasn't just a counting system. It was a language for speaking with the cosmos. And 5,000 years later, that language still works. It's still the lingua franca of precision, navigation, and exact time measurement. The Sumerians faded to dust. Their language died. Their cities crumbled. Their gods were forgotten. But their numbers are immortal. And every passing second is confirmation that they found something eternal, something true, something that connects directly to the fundamental structures of reality itself. Time itself is counted in Sumerian. And as long as time exists, part of them will be alive, ticking in every clock, calculating in every chronometer, measuring every moment until the end of the world. Chapter 14. The Flood. Documented cosmic reset. It begins with a whisper. Not a scream, not a trumpet, not even rain, just a whisper, etched in ancient clay. Then the flood swept over. So casually inserted, so devastatingly final. One line, one world gone. The Great Flood. The division between myth and memory. The moment when everything before was swallowed and everything after had to start again. But here's what makes the Sumerian flood different from all other flood stories. It's not presented as moral punishment. It's presented as technical reset, as if someone had pressed Control-Alt-Delete on civilization itself. And most disturbing of all, there's evidence. Not evidence of a global flood that covered mountains and drowned continents. That's geologically impossible. But evidence of something. Something catastrophic enough to leave a mark in the archaeological record. Traumatic enough to carve deep scars in collective memory. Sediment layers at multiple Sumerian sites around 2900 BC. 8-foot deposits of clay in some places. Not seasonal flooding, catastrophic flooding. One that separated levels of civilization like a knife through stone. Below these layers, earlier settlements. Above, immediate reconstruction with identical technology. It's as if someone had paused civilization, wiped the hard drive, and then pressed play again with the same software but different limitations. Because that's what really happened after the flood, according to Sumerian records. They didn't start from scratch. They rebooted with the same capabilities but different restrictions. The post-Diluvians knew how to build cities, how to write, how to do complex mathematics. But something had fundamentally changed. Kings no longer lived millennia. Gods no longer appeared regularly. Direct connections with the divine had become reduced. It's as if the flood had destroyed not just physical infrastructure, but metaphysical infrastructure. The communication protocols between earth and sky had been interrupted, degraded, limited. Ziggurats built after the flood are larger than earlier ones, as if they were trying to amplify a signal that had become weaker, trying to re-establish a connection that had been cut. But here's what's really disturbing. This isn't unique to Mesopotamia. The flood story appears in more than 200 cultures worldwide. Not copies of each other, independent development of the same basic narrative. Always the same elements. An advanced civilization. Behavior that offends the gods. Warning to a righteous man. Construction of an ark. Survival of a few. Renewal of the world. That's statistically impossible, unless they're remembering something real. Not necessarily a literal global flood, but something. An event, a trauma, a reset that was so significant it became the template for understanding how civilizations end and begin again. The Sumerians were obsessive about documenting this reset, not just as myth, but as historical discontinuity. The king list treats the flood as an administrative division between two different eras of existence. Pre-flood, kings who lived for tens of thousands of years, direct communication with gods, technology that worked according to principles we no longer understand. Post-flood, mortal kings, divine communication mediated by rituals, technology we can trace and understand. As if the flood had been a forced downgrade, a systematic degradation of human capabilities. But why? Why document this so meticulously? Why preserve the memory of something so traumatic? Maybe because it wasn't just trauma, it was warning. Sumerian texts don't present the flood as a unique event. They present it as precedent, as something that had happened before and could happen again. There are fragmentary references to multiple destructions, multiple resets, as if history were cyclical, as if civilizations were experimental, subject to cancellation when they exceeded acceptable parameters. The flood, then, isn't the end of the world. It's management of the world, cosmic quality control. And the Sumerians lived with the knowledge that they were on probation, that their civilization was conditional, that if they broke the rules, if they made too much noise, if they developed the wrong capabilities, the reset could come again. That explains their obsession with ritual, with order, with exhaustive documentation. They weren't just preserving culture, they were creating backups, insurance against the next reset. Every tablet was a disaster recovery file. Every ziggurat a signal that they followed the rules. Every ritual a renewal of their license to exist. But it also explains their perpetual anxiety. Their literature is saturated with fear of extinction, of cities falling, of gods abandoning. They walk through their myths like trauma survivors, always watching the sky for signs of the next purge. And maybe they were right to be anxious. Because eventually, their civilization did end. Not in water, but in conquest, fragmentation, forgetting. But it ended. Did the pattern repeat? Or did they find a way to preserve the essential even when the superficial crumbled? Because here's what's strange. The core elements of Sumerian civilization never really died. They transferred. Babylon inherited their legal system. Assyria adopted their administration. Greece absorbed their mathematics. Rome perpetuated their bureaucracy, as if they had learned to make their own backups, to distribute their cultural code so widely that no local reset could eliminate it completely. The flood taught them that survival isn't about avoiding reset. It's about ensuring continuity through reset. And maybe that's why their flood story is so different from all the others. It's not about moral judgment, it's about technical management. About systems that fail, backups that activate, and operations that resume under new parameters. It's the first disaster recovery story ever written. And like all good disaster recovery strategies, it assumes that failure isn't if, but when. The Sumerians didn't ask if another reset would come. They asked how to survive the next one. And their answer was revolutionary. Don't trust a single point of failure. Distribute knowledge. Make multiple copies. Teach essential skills widely. Build redundancy into every system. The flood wasn't just destruction, it was education. A brutal masterclass in civilizational resilience. And we are the graduates of that class. Every backup we make, every redundancy we build, every disaster recovery protocol we design, all inherited from Sumerian trauma. They invented productive paranoia, the anxiety that builds, that preserves, that plans for the unthinkable, because they had seen the unthinkable happen. They had inherited memory of a world that had been erased so completely that only fragments survived in myth and ritual. And they swore to themselves that they would never be erased so completely. That's why they wrote everything down. That's why they built in stone. That's why they carved their names in multiple languages, in multiple places. It wasn't ego, it was survival. Insurance against cosmic amnesia. And it worked. Because here we are, thousands of years later, still reading their tablets, still deciphering their codes, still trying to understand their systems. They survived the flood, not physically, but informationally. Their bodies decomposed, but their ideas replicated. That's the real lesson of the Sumerian flood. That immortality doesn't come from avoiding destruction. It comes from ensuring that something essential survives destruction. The Sumerians became ghosts in the machine of civilization, invisible influences that still shape how we think about time, power, order, knowledge. Every time we back up our files, we're following Sumerian protocols. Every time we distribute information to prevent loss, we're using their strategy. Every time we plan for system failure, we're honoring their memory. The flood wasn't the end of their world. It was their transformation into something that can't be drowned. Ideas, structures, patterns, information, everything that really mattered about the Sumerians survived the flood because they designed it to. And maybe that's the real reason why they preserved the flood story so meticulously. Not as tragedy, but as triumph. Proof that even the most complete reset can't eliminate something that's been properly backed up. The flood didn't end Sumerian civilization. It distributed it. And in that distribution, it became eternal. Because water can sweep away cities, but it can't drown ideas. It can destroy tablets, but it can't erase the knowledge they contain once it's been copied widely enough. The Sumerians understood this, and that's why when the next reset comes, and it probably will, something essential will survive again. Because we are their backups, their distributed files, their insurance policies against cosmic amnesia. We live in a post-flood world, but we're also the pre-flood for whatever comes next. And the Sumerians taught us how to prepare. Document everything. Build redundancy. Distribute widely. Plan for failure. Because the flood always comes. But civilization can learn to swim. The Sumerians weren't victims of the flood. They were its survival architects. They turned catastrophe into curriculum, trauma into template, destruction into instruction manual. Their flood wasn't the end of a story. It was the first chapter of a survival strategy we're still following. And as long as we keep backing up, distributing knowledge, and planning for the unthinkable, part of them will stay alive, floating above the waters of whatever flood comes next. Because they learned the most important secret of all. True immortality isn't about avoiding death. It's about ensuring your ideas survive your destruction. And 5,000 years later, theirs are still swimming. Chapter 15. The final collapse. When the gods abandoned it ended as it began, with silence. Not with an epic battle, not with a final heroic showdown between good and evil, but with the sound of tablets that stopped being written, with temples that were left empty, with ziggurats that rose toward a sky that no longer answered. The Neo-Sumerian Empire, also known as the Third Dynasty of Ur, was the last act of a civilization that had invented civilization itself. It was their swan song, their revival tour, their final attempt to recapture the grandeur of a golden age that perhaps had never really existed. And for a moment, barely 2 centuries, it seemed they had succeeded. Ur-Nammu founded the dynasty around 2112 BC. He wasn't just a conqueror, he was a restorer, an armed archaeologist who excavated the ruins of Sumerian glory and tried to rebuild it piece by piece. He reconstructed ziggurats with perfect mathematical proportions. He issued legal codes that established universal justice. He reunified the city-states that had been fighting each other for centuries. For the first time in generations, there was a real Sumerian kingdom functioning according to authentic Sumerian principles. His son, Shulgi, took this even further. He reigned for 48 years, a record by post-Diluvian standards. And during his rule, the Neo-Sumerian Empire extended from the Persian Gulf to the Zagros Mountains. More territory than the Sumerians had ever controlled. But Shulgi did something else, something that should have been a warning sign. He declared himself divine, not metaphorically, literally. He wrote hymns about his own divinity. He reformed the priesthood. He centralized worship. In other words, he tried to become what the antediluvian kings had been: immortal, infallible, directly connected to cosmic order. And for a while, it worked. The empire prospered. The bureaucracy functioned like clockwork. The archives from this period are more detailed than anything we have from earlier eras. They documented everything, from barley rations to stellar movements. They were obsessed with preservation, with documentation, with ensuring that nothing would ever be lost again. As if they had learned the lesson of the flood and were determined to create backups for everything. But there's something disturbing about that obsession, an underlying anxiety, as if they knew something was wrong but couldn't identify what. The problems began in the ground, literally. Centuries of intensive agriculture had poisoned the earth. The irrigation systems that had made Sumerian civilization possible were slowly killing the fields they fed. Salt was rising from the depths like cancer. Each irrigation season brought more salt to the surface. Fields turned white, crystalline, sterile. Barley yields collapsed. They switched to wheat, then to nothing. There was no surplus. Without surplus, no taxes. Without taxes, no empire. It was ecological collapse in slow motion, obsessively documented by scribes who recorded every lost metric ton, every abandoned field, every city that could no longer feed its population. But the texts don't present it as environmental science. They present it as divine abandonment. The gods have abandoned their dwelling places. They wrote in the Lamentations of Ur, a series of poems that describe the empire's destruction as cosmic crime. Enlil has turned his back on his city. Inanna weeps for Uruk. Ninlil laments in Nippur. For the Sumerians, ecological failure wasn't a consequence of bad human management. It was evidence that the gods had withdrawn their support, that the cosmic contract had been revoked. And maybe they were right, because at the same time the land was becoming sterile, the borders were becoming porous. Amorites pressed from the west, semi-nomadic Semitic-speaking tribes who didn't respect Sumerian borders, who didn't understand Sumerian administration, who didn't participate in Sumerian rituals. They weren't conquerors in the traditional sense. They were migrants, refugees, opportunists. But there were many of them, and they weren't leaving. Administrative texts record the arrival of Amorites with the same bureaucratic anxiety they recorded everything else. Lists of foreign names, reports of trade disruption, complaints about people not paying the correct taxes. It was invasion in slow motion. Not armies marching, but families settling. Not decisive. Battles, but gradual erosion of central control. And then came the Elamites. If the Amorites were migration, the Elamites were war. Mountain warriors from the east who had been watching the weakening Sumerian Empire with growing interest. In 2004 BC, they marched on Ur, not to occupy it, but to loot it, to take everything that could be carried and destroy everything that couldn't. They captured King Ibisin, the last ruler of the last Sumerian Empire. They led him in chains to the mountains. Unprecedented humiliation. Sumerian kings weren't supposed to be humiliated. They were supposed to be divine. But Ibisin died in captivity, divinity included. Temples were looted, ziggurats damaged, archives scattered. The carefully maintained bureaucracy that had documented everything disintegrated overnight. And in the text that survived, a note of genuine shock, as if the scribes couldn't believe this was really happening. Enlil's sanctuary has been given to the wind. The rivers of Babylon have been blocked. The fish have been separated from the waters. It wasn't just description of physical destruction. It was description of cosmic injustice. As if the basic laws of reality had been suspended. Gods were supposed to protect their cities. Kings were supposed to live forever. Empires were supposed to endure. But none of that had happened. Everything they had believed about divine protection, cosmic order, eternal stability, had proven false. And maybe that was the real tragedy. Not the destruction of buildings, but the destruction of certainty. The collapse of the entire worldview that had sustained Sumerian civilization for thousands of years. Because after 2004 BC, it was never the same. The Sumerians survived, yes. Their culture influenced everything that came after, but they never ruled themselves again. Babylon took control, speaking Akkadian but using Sumerian culture. Assyria rose, adopting Sumerian administrative systems. Persia conquered, inheriting Sumerian legal traditions. The Sumerians became a disembodied influence, a ghost in the machine of civilization, present everywhere but visible nowhere. And in the final texts of the period, one theme repeats constantly. The gods have fallen silent. Rituals have lost their power. The connections between earth and sky have been cut, not as punishment, but as withdrawal, as if the gods had simply lost interest, as if they had moved on to other projects, other experiments, other civilizations, leaving the Sumerians alone in a cosmos that suddenly felt empty, not hostile, just unattended. And maybe that emptiness was more terrifying than anger would have been, because anger suggests attention. Emptiness suggests irrelevance. The Sumerians had built their entire identity around being the chosen people of the gods, the black-headed ones, those who carried out divine will on earth. But what happens when gods stop caring? When divine will becomes divine indifference? When the cosmic phone stops ringing? You continue the rituals because you don't know what else to do. You maintain the temples because abandoning them feels like final admission of defeat. You copy ancient texts because maybe somewhere in them there's a clue about how to restore the connection. But deep down, you know, the golden age is over. Direct communication with divinity is over. You're living in the shadow of something greater that once was but never will be again. That melancholy permeates the final Sumerian texts. Not anger at defeat, but sadness at abandonment. Like children whose parents have moved away without leaving a forwarding address. And maybe that's why Sumerian mysteries remain so compelling. Because they're not just historical puzzles. They're emotional. We recognize something in their trajectory. The sudden rise, the flowering of possibilities, the gradual realization that things aren't sustainable, the desperate attempts to recapture past glory, and finally, the acceptance that some things, once lost, can't be recovered. Every civilization follows similar patterns. Brief periods of innovation and expansion followed by long periods of decline and consolidation. It's the natural cycle of human societies. But the Sumerians were different because they documented everything so meticulously. They left us a complete record of what it feels like to watch your world end, not in violence, but in silence. Their mysteries aren't mysterious because we lack information. They're mysterious because the information we have suggests possibilities that challenge our basic assumptions about history, progress, and human development. Were they really the first? Or were they the first after some kind of reset? Did their gods exist as real entities or as sophisticated metaphors for forces we don't understand? Did their technology work according to principles we've forgotten or according to principles that never existed? We'll probably never know, definitively. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ancient, too filtered through thousands of years of interpretation and reinterpretation. But maybe that's the point. Maybe mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Maybe they're meant to remind us that there are limits to what we can know, borders to what we can understand. The Sumerians built the first civilization. They also built the first awareness that civilization is fragile, temporary, conditional. They lived with the knowledge that everything they created could be swept away in a flood, conquered by invaders, or simply abandoned by gods who once favored them. And yet they kept building, kept writing, kept trying to make sense of a universe that often seemed designed to resist comprehension. In that sense, we're all Sumerians now, living in the shadow of past greatness, trying to maintain systems we inherited but don't fully understand, hoping our innovations will survive our mistakes. The Sumerians fell because they couldn't adapt fast enough to changing conditions. Their ecological practices weren't sustainable. Their political systems weren't flexible enough. Their religious frameworks couldn't accommodate divine silence. But their legacy endures because they built redundancy into everything that mattered. They distributed their innovations so widely that no singular collapse could eliminate them completely. Time measurement, mathematics, legal systems, urban planning, bureaucratic administration, all Sumerian innovations that remain fundamental to how modern societies function. They're invisible influences that shape our daily lives in ways we rarely recognize. Every time we tell time, we're using Sumerian mathematics. Every time we sign a contract, we're participating in Sumerian legal traditions. The mysteries remain, but so does the influence. And maybe that's the true measure of a civilization's success. Not whether it survives permanently, but whether it contributes something essential to what comes next. The Sumerians didn't just build cities. They built the template for civilization itself. And though their empire fell, their template endures. In trying to understand their mysteries, we're really trying to understand ourselves. Where we came from, where we might go, and what we might leave behind when our time too comes to an end. The gods may have abandoned Sumer, but Sumer never abandoned us. It lives in every urban skyline, every written document, every court of justice, every measurement of time. The black-headed people achieved a kind of immortality after all, not in flesh, but in influence, not as rulers, but as foundations. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all any civilization can reasonably hope for. To leave the world a little more ordered, a little more documented, a little more comprehensible than it was before. The Sumerians succeeded at that, spectacularly. Their mysteries endure because they force us to question our assumptions about progress, about divine intervention, about the nature of human development itself. And in questioning those assumptions, we continue their real work. The work of trying to understand a universe that often seems designed to resist understanding. In the end, that may be the Sumerians' greatest gift. Not answers, but better questions. And the wisdom to keep asking them, even when, especially when, the gods remain silent. Chapter 16. The Anunnaki, the corporate hierarchy of the cosmos. Imagine discovering the organizational chart of the largest company that ever existed. Not a human corporation, the administration of the entire universe. With 600 divine employees, each with a specific job, an assigned territory, and a direct superior. Welcome to the corporate world of the Anunnaki. The Sumerians didn't conceive their gods as mysterious and incomprehensible forces. They organized them like a cosmic megacorporation with more structure than General Motors and more bureaucracy than the United Nations. Each god had a title, a responsibility, a territory, and, here comes the disturbing part, an employee number. Literally. Cuneiform texts assign specific numbers to each deity. Not poetic names, not grandiose titles, administrative identification numbers, as if it were a divine payroll. Anu, the god of heaven, carries the number 60, the perfect number in Sumerian mathematics. Enlil, administrator of air and earth, has 50. Enki, supervisor of fresh waters, 40. The pattern continues descending through the entire hierarchy until reaching minor gods with single-digit numbers. Why would a civilization that supposedly had just invented writing develop such a complex organizational system? Where did they get the idea that the divine required administration? The answer is in the tablets, thousands of them. Because the Sumerians didn't just believe in this hierarchy, they documented it obsessively. With org charts, with job descriptions, with meeting minutes. Yes, minutes of divine meetings. The gods didn't make decisions by individual whim. They met, debated, voted, like a cosmic board of directors. The most important meeting was called Ukin, an assembly of the 50 major gods that gathered to decide matters of universal importance. They had an agenda. They had voting protocols. They had secretaries who documented decisions. And when they couldn't reach consensus, they escalated to the upper level, the Igigi of the heavens, who acted as an executive board. If even they couldn't decide, the matter went up to the Council of Seven, the only gods with authority to decree destinies. But here's what should really amaze us. They had specialists, gods who dedicated themselves exclusively to one function. Ninurta handled agriculture and tools. Nergal supervised war and plague. Nisaba controlled grains and writing. Each area of human existence had its own divine department. Did you need help with brewing? You contacted Ninkasi, goddess specialized in fermentation. Problems with livestock? Dumuzi was your contact. Legal disputes? Utu, the god of justice, processed all cases. It was like calling customer service, except each department was run by a deity who lived in their own temple, had their own priestly staff, and required specific protocols for access. And speaking of access, here's where things get really strange. The Sumerians documented exactly how to communicate with different levels of the divine hierarchy. It wasn't a matter of praying into the air and hoping for the best. It was a structured process with appropriate channels. For minor matters, you could submit a petition through the local priest of the relevant god. For more serious problems, you needed specific ceremonies involving multiple temples. For true crises, there were complex rituals that required coordination of the entire priestly network. It was divine bureaucracy, with sacred forms, established procedures, and guaranteed response times. The texts even describe frustrations when the system didn't work correctly. Complaints about gods not responding to petitions, about poorly defined territories, about jurisdictional conflicts between divine departments. Enlil has withdrawn to his chamber and does not hear supplications. Ninlil intercedes, but her words do not reach his ears. It's like a negative customer service review, except the customer was an entire city-state and customer service were the gods. But the most disturbing part of all this is the precision. The roles weren't vague or poetic. They were specific to the point of being technical. Marduk, for example, wasn't simply God of Babylon. He was the executive administrator responsible for managing 50 subordinate gods, supervisor of 4 specific geographical regions, coordinator of 3 annual festivals, and final processor of all legal disputes that couldn't be resolved at the local level. His office was in the Esagila Ziggurat. His work schedule included public audiences twice a week. His staff included 14 specialized priests, each responsible for a different aspect of his administrative duties. It wasn't worship. It was corporate governance. And it functioned according to protocols so complex, they required specialized schools to train the human administrators who kept the system running. Scribes had to memorize not only the names and numbers of 600 gods, but also their hierarchical relationships, their territorial responsibilities, and the correct procedures for each type of divine transaction. It was like learning the most complex employee manual ever written, except that an error could result in plagues, droughts, or enemy invasions. So why build something so elaborate? Why not keep it simple, with a few powerful gods handling everything? The answer might lie in scale. The Sumerians were managing history's first experiment in large-scale civilization. Cities of tens of thousands of people, industrial agriculture, international trade, complex legal systems. They needed a conceptual framework to handle that complexity. And their solution was to divide cosmic responsibility the same way they divided earthly responsibility, by specialization, by territory, by hierarchy. Each major god supervises a crucial aspect of existence. Each minor god handles a specific subset. Each temple functions as a regional office. Each priest acts as a customer service representative. It was ingenious. It was also absolutely necessary. Because without this system, how would you explain why some prayers worked and others didn't? Why some rituals had effect and others failed? Why life was so inconsistently predictable? With the Anunnaki hierarchy, everything made sense. If your petition didn't work, it was because you had directed it to the wrong department. If the ritual failed, it was because you hadn't followed the correct protocol. If the gods seemed contradictory, it was because different gods had different priorities. It wasn't divine chaos, it was administrative complexity. But here's the question that should keep us awake. How did they develop this system? Where did they get the idea that the supernatural required corporate organization? Humans in 3500 BC had barely invented the wheel. Their most complex organizations were villages of a few hundred people. They had no experience with hierarchies of 600 individuals, with departmental specialization, with multidimensional responsibility matrices. And yet, they conceived an organizational structure more sophisticated than most modern companies. Was it pure imagination? Or were they describing something they had actually observed? Because here's what's truly strange. The system worked. Not perfectly, but consistently. Temples operated as effective administrative centers. City-states coordinated complex policies. International trade flourished under standardized divine regulations. For more than 2,000 years, the Anunnaki hierarchy provided the conceptual framework for the most advanced civilization of its time. That's not coincidence. That's evidence that they captured something real about how complex systems organize. Individual gods could fail, but the structure endured. Temples could be destroyed, but the network rebuilt itself. Priests could become corrupt, but the system self-corrected. It was administrative robustness built to last millennia. And it worked. Until it stopped working. Later texts describe what can only be called a divine organizational crisis. Gods began withdrawing from their posts. Communication lines deteriorated. Access protocols failed. It wasn't military conquest or economic collapse. It was systemic failure. As if the entire corporate structure had simultaneously decided that operations were no longer worth maintaining. Humans tried to fix the problem with more elaborate rituals, larger temples, more frequent ceremonies. Like desperate employees trying to keep a company running after management had left. But once the upper levels of any hierarchy disconnect, the entire system becomes unsustainable. And that's exactly what happened with the Anunnaki. The structure survived in modified form for later centuries. Babylon adopted simplified versions. Assyria maintained some protocols, but it never recovered its original sophistication, which leaves us with the central mystery. What kind of civilization develops an organizational chart of 600 gods with specific roles, identification numbers, and detailed operational protocols? A civilization that understood that complexity requires structure, that knew large systems fail without careful management, that had observed somehow how complex organizations really operate. The Anunnaki weren't just mythology. They were the first management manual ever written, a blueprint for administering systems at civilizational scale. And the fact that it worked for 2 millennia suggests they captured something fundamentally true about organization, hierarchy, and large-scale resource management. Their gods left, but their organizational principles never died. Every modern government, every multinational corporation, every complex bureaucratic system follows patterns the Sumerians first codified in the Anunnaki hierarchy. 600 gods, each with a specific job, each indispensable for keeping the cosmos running. Not primitive worship, advanced systems management. The Sumerians didn't invent gods. They invented divine administration. And that might be the most important innovation of all. Chapter 17. The Antediluvian Kings, Documented Immortals. The Sumerian king list begins with a statement that should make any historian stop cold. Not with poetry, not with mythology, but with a direct and brutal administrative record. After kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He reigned for 28,800 years. 28,800 years. It's not poetic exaggeration. It's not a symbol. It's a specific number documented in multiple independent sources, translated consistently across different dialects, and preserved with the same meticulous precision the Sumerians used to record grain inventories. And that's just the first king. He's followed by Alulgar with 36,000 years. Then comes Enmenluana with 43,200 years. The pattern continues king after king, list after list, source after source. 10 kings total before the flood, each ruling for periods spanning millennia. Then something changes, drastically. After the flood, the numbers collapse. Enmebaragesi of Kish reigns 900 years. His successor Aga rules 625 years. By Gilgamesh's time, we're talking about 126 years. And by the end of the list, kings live normal human lives. 20, 30, 40 years of reign. It's not gradual degradation, it's abrupt collapse, as if someone had changed the fundamental parameters of human longevity overnight. The obvious question is, why document something so obviously impossible as official historical record? The Sumerians weren't given to fantasy. They were obsessive accountants, meticulous administrators, bureaucrats who recorded every grain of barley and every ounce of silver. Why would they insert pure fiction into their official archives? Here's the thing that should really disturb us. The numbers aren't random. They follow precise mathematical patterns based on the Sumerian sexagesimal system. 28,800 years is exactly 480 times 60. Alulgar's 36,000 years are 600 times 60. Enmenluana's 43,200 years are 720 times 60. We're not seeing whimsically invented numbers. We're seeing deliberate calculations using the most important mathematical constants of Sumerian culture, as if longevity itself followed precise formulas. And here's what's strange. When you convert these numbers to other temporal measurement systems, days, lunar months, planetary cycles, they also produce meaningful patterns. Enmenluana's 43,200 years equal exactly 15,768,000 days. That's precisely 432,000 Earth rotation periods multiplied by 36.5. Coincidence? Maybe. But the pattern repeats with every king, as if their lives were calibrated to specific astronomical cycles. And then there's the problem of what they did during all that time. Because the texts don't present these reigns as periods of hibernation or inactivity. They describe active construction, wars, explorations, technological development. Alulim, the first king, is said to have established the first cities, developed agriculture, and created the foundations of civilized government in 28,800 years. That's enough time to see the development of all human agriculture from Neolithic to modern era. Enough time to witness the complete evolution of technology from stone tools to space exploration. What kind of perspective would someone who had seen the world change for almost 30 millennia have? What kind of wisdom would you accumulate? What kind of projects could you complete? The texts hint at disturbing answers. They speak of knowledge that developed slowly over multiple millennia, of construction projects that required thousands of years to complete, of systems so complex they could only be mastered by someone with virtually infinite perspective. It wasn't simply longevity, it was institutional continuity. A king who could plan on geological scale, who could maintain consistent policies for periods longer than the existence of entire civilizations. Imagine the administrative advantages. No succession crises, no political changes every generation, no loss of institutional knowledge. A single leader who could maintain consistent vision for periods spanning all recorded human history. Also, imagine the psychological costs. Watching thousands of generations of subjects die, witnessing the birth, flowering, and extinction of entire cultures, maintaining authority over populations that change completely hundreds of times during your reign. The texts suggest this was exactly what they experienced. They speak of kings who became distant, contemplative, increasingly removed from daily human affairs, as if extreme longevity came with inevitable emotional detachment. What if that was exactly the intention? What if the antediluvian kings weren't human in the normal sense? What if they were something designed specifically for long-term perspective? Because here's another strange detail. The names themselves suggest functions rather than personal identities. Alolim means the first to dig canals. Enmenlu Ana translates as Lord of the Good Divine Principle. These aren't family names. They're job descriptions, as if these weren't individuals but positions, roles that were maintained for specific periods before being transferred or upgraded. And then comes the flood, and everything changes. Post-flood kings live normal human lives. More importantly, they act like normal humans. They're impulsive, ambitious, prone to errors. Gilgamesh desperately seeks immortality, something that would have been redundant for an antediluvian king. It's as if the flood had destroyed not just cities, but a completely different type of humanity. A version that could live millennia, that could plan on geological scales, that could maintain stable institutions for periods spanning all prehistory. But the numbers tell us something else. Because even after the flood, the reduction wasn't instantaneous. Enmebaragesi lived 900 years. His son, Aga, 625 years. Meskia Gasher, 324 years. Its systematic degradation, as if some factor responsible for extreme longevity, was gradually diminishing. What kind of factor? The texts hint at lost connections, divine communication that grew weaker, rituals that lost effectiveness, knowledge that fragmented generation after generation, as if extreme longevity depended on something external that the flood had interrupted. Not genetics, but access. Access to what is never clearly specified. But the clues are in the numbers themselves. Because when you analyze the mathematical patterns in reign years, you discover something extraordinary. The numbers correlate with precise astronomical cycles. Not just Earth's rotation or lunar orbit, but more complex phenomena. Equinoctial precession, sunspot cycles, planetary alignments, as if the king's longevity was synchronized with specific cosmic events. Coincidence? Unlikely. The Sumerians documented these patterns deliberately. They knew exactly what they were recording, which leads to an even more disturbing possibility. What if the antediluvian kings didn't simply live long lives? What if they were synchronized with the cosmos itself? What if their longevity depended on specific astronomical conditions that the flood had interrupted? That would explain the gradual post-flood degradation. Not genetic damage, but cosmic desynchronization. Later, kings retained some benefits, but each generation moved further from the original conditions. It would also explain why the numbers are so precise. We're not seeing estimates or exaggerations. We're seeing calculations based on real cycles, measured and documented. The Sumerians didn't invent these numbers. They observed them. They measured them. They preserved them because they represented something real about how longevity worked before the flood. But here's the part that should really disturb us. These patterns suggest that extreme longevity wasn't natural. It was technological. Or at least, it depended on technology. Not machines in the modern sense, but knowledge about how to synchronize biological processes with cosmic cycles. How to use astronomical alignments to maintain vital functions. How to calibrate longevity to specific celestial patterns. It was biotechnology. Astronomical biotechnology. And the flood didn't just destroy cities. It destroyed the knowledge infrastructure necessary to maintain this synchronization. Later kings inherited bodies capable of extended longevity, but not the knowledge to sustain it indefinitely. That's why we see gradual degradation instead of instant loss. The effects persisted for several generations before dissipating completely. By Gilgamesh's time, extreme longevity was memory. That's why he searches for immortality so desperately. He knows it was once possible. He's heard the stories. He's seen the lists. But he no longer knows how to recreate it. The numbers in the king list aren't mythology. They're technical documentation. Specifications for a type of longevity that depended on lost knowledge and cosmic conditions that could no longer be replicated. Each number is a formula. Each reign year a calibration. Each king an experiment in biotechnological synchronization. And when the system failed, when the flood interrupted the necessary connections, humanity was left with fragments, stories of immortals, memories of extreme longevity, precise numbers that pointed toward a technology they no longer understood. The Sumerians preserved these records not as fiction, but as technical information, blueprints for lost technology, specifications for a way of life that could last millennia. A way of life their civilization had lost, but that perhaps someday someone might rediscover. The antediluvian kings weren't myths. They were prototypes, the first successful experiments in biotechnological longevity. And the numbers documenting their lives are the only instructions they left us about how to replicate what they achieved. 28,800 years, not poetry, lost science, and maybe, someday, recovered science. Chapter 18. Cylinder Seals. Keys to dimensional access. Imagine a key that doesn't just open physical doors, but opens access to entire dimensions of authority, identity, and power. An object so small it fits in the palm of your hand, but so complex it contains enough information to authenticate your identity, authorize legal transactions, and possibly, this is where things get strange, communicate with forces operating beyond the physical world. Welcome to the world of Sumerian cylinder seals, the most sophisticated identification system ever developed by an ancient civilization, and possibly the most misunderstood technology we have in our museums. At first glance, they seem simple. Small stone cylinders, usually 2 to 5 centimeters tall, perforated longitudinally to be worn as jewelry. The surface is engraved with complex scenes that, when rolled over wet clay, create detailed impressions. But here's what should really amaze us. Those simple scenes are engraved on some of the hardest stones known to the ancients: hematite, jasper, chalcedony, lapis lazuli. Materials that would require hardened steel tools to work effectively. The Sumerians supposedly only had copper and bronze. How did they engrave such intricate designs on such hard stones using tools that, technically, shouldn't have been capable of doing the job? And we're not talking about rough lines or simple designs. Cylinder seals show details so fine you need a magnifying glass to fully appreciate the craftsmanship. Human figures with distinctive facial features, animals with individually rendered skin textures, objects with clearly defined mechanical components. The level of detail is comparable to modern jewelry work using precision tools, except they were made 5,000 years ago by a civilization that supposedly had just invented writing. But the engraving technique is only the first mystery. The second is what exactly these seals show. Because the scenes aren't mundane. They're not simple portraits of daily Sumerian life. They show things that, frankly, shouldn't exist according to our understanding of ancient technological capabilities. Winged beings that aren't birds. Flying objects that aren't birds or insects. Humanoid figures wearing what appear to be helmets or head devices. Symbols that correlate perfectly with astronomically precise star charts. One of the most famous seals, known as the Adda seal, shows a scene that includes what appears to be a flying vehicle with clearly visible occupants. It's not modern interpretation. The details are explicitly engraved in stone. There's visible propulsion, there are passengers, there's what can only be described as transportation technology. Another seal shows figures interacting with what appear to be complex mechanical devices, not simple tools, machinery with multiple components, gears, and what looks like instrumentation. Were they pure imagination, visual poetry, or were they documenting things they had actually observed? But here's where things get really strange. The same symbols appear on seals from different cities, different periods, even different cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. The Tree of Life symbol, with flanking figures, appears on Sumerian, Akkadian, Hittite, and even Indus Valley culture seals. Not variations, the same exact design, as if they were all copying from the same reference source. The astronomical symbols are even more specific. Constellations rendered with precision sufficient to correlate with modern telescopic observations. Planetary positions that match verifiable astronomical calculations. Celestial cycles documented with accuracy that would require centuries of systematic observation. How did they know so much about astronomy? And why were they engraving such precise astronomical information on personal identification objects? Because that was the primary function of cylinder seals: identification. Every important person in Sumerian society had a unique seal that functioned as signature, identity document, and legal authorization combined. When you wanted to complete a commercial transaction, seal a contract, or authorize an official document, you didn't sign your name. You rolled your seal in wet clay. The resulting impression was legally binding, personally identifiable, and impossible to forge. It was a security system more sophisticated than handwritten signatures. Because while signatures can be copied, cylinder seals contain too much complex information to replicate easily. The combination of fine detail, geometric precision, and specific symbolism made each seal unique like a fingerprint. But they functioned on multiple levels, not just legal identification, also ritual authorization. Different seal designs granted access to different levels of religious ceremony. Some seals allowed you to participate in basic temple rituals. Others gave you access to higher-level ceremonies. The most elaborate apparently functioned as master keys to the deepest levels of priestly practice, as if the seal's design itself communicated not only who you were, but what level of cosmic authority you had achieved. And here's what's truly disturbing. The seals seem to have functioned even for people who didn't fully understand what the symbols meant. Later texts describe inherited seals that retain their legal and ritual power even when owners could no longer fully explain the engraved scenes, as if functionality was built into the object itself, independent of human understanding. It was technology that worked through form, not just knowledge. Like a modern keychain, you don't need to understand how the lock works to use it effectively. But some seals go beyond simple functionality. They show scenes that can only be described as instructional. Diagrams, maps, procedures. One seal shows what appears to be a cutaway diagram of some kind of internal structure. Another shows figures performing complex sequences of actions that could be steps in a technical process. A third shows what appear to be maps, not geographical, but of something more abstract. As if some seals weren't just identification, but instruction manuals, containing technical information compressed into visual form. And consider the compression technology involved. A 3-centimeter tall cylinder seal can contain enough visual information to fill multiple pages when completely unrolled. It's high-density data storage using physical media. More impressive, it's 3-dimensional interface technology. The seal exists as a 3D object, but its information is accessed by creating 2D impressions. It's like having a USB key that only works when you plug it into wet clay. How did they develop such a sophisticated interface? And why choose this specific method of information storage and access? Maybe because it wasn't just storage. Maybe it was communication. Because here's the wildest theory about cylinder seals. They weren't just for human communication. They were for interdimensional communication. Think about it this way. If you wanted to communicate with entities operating in different dimensions of reality, you'd need a method that worked across dimensional barriers. Purely physical information might not transfer correctly, but geometric patterns, especially those calibrated to universal mathematical constants, might maintain coherence across different planes of existence. Cylinder seals might have been antennas, communication devices that used precise geometry to transmit signals across barriers separating different levels of reality. That would explain why the designs are so universal. They weren't just communicating with humans in different cities. They were communicating with entities that existed outside normal human space and time. It would also explain why seals retained functionality even when understanding was lost. If they operated according to fundamental geometric principles, they wouldn't require human understanding to operate, only correct usage. And it would explain why they disappeared so completely. Not because the technology was primitive, but because it was too advanced. When the connections the seals facilitated were cut, perhaps during the same period that saw the silencing of ziggurats, they became inoperable. Later seals maintained the forms but lost the function. Like cell phones, after communication towers were dismantled, they still looked like communication technology but could no longer establish connections. Which leaves us with thousands of these objects in museums around the world. Small stone cylinders that might once have been keys to realities we can no longer access. Each one engraved with scenes documenting encounters between humans and entities we don't recognize. Each one containing technical information we don't understand. Each one designed to facilitate communications we can no longer establish. Cylinder seals weren't just jewelry. They were dimensional interface technology, hardware for software we no longer have, keys for doors we can no longer find. And maybe that's why the Sumerians guarded them so carefully. Not as decoration, but as equipment. Critical tools for maintaining connections they considered essential for civilizational survival. Tools that, when the connections failed, became artifacts, stone reminders of lost capabilities. But they still contain the information. They still preserve the patterns. They still maintain the geometry that once facilitated communication across realities. And maybe, someday, someone will discover how to reactivate them, how to use those stone keys to reopen doors that closed millennia ago, how to re-establish communication with the forces that once responded to geometry engraved in small cylinders of hard rock. The cylinder seals wait. In museums, in private collections, in excavations that haven't yet been fully catalogued, waiting for someone to remember how to use a key that doesn't open physical locks, but entire realities. Chapter 19. The Lost Knowledge. Buried libraries and forbidden texts. For every Sumerian tablet we have found, there are 100 that were deliberately destroyed. For every text that survived, there are 1,000 that someone decided should not survive. For every fragment of knowledge that reached us, there are entire libraries that were buried not by accident, but by design. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is documented archaeology. And it raises the most disturbing question of all. What did the Sumerians know that someone didn't want us to keep knowing? The library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh contained more than 30,000 cuneiform tablets. It was the largest library in the ancient world, the Mesopotamian equivalent of Alexandria. But here's what should really amaze us. It represents only a minuscule fraction of the total knowledge that once existed. We know this because the tablets that survived frequently cite works that no longer exist. References to advanced medical texts, mentions of technical manuals, quotes from philosophical works, fragments of scientific studies, all lost. Not lost to time, war, or natural deterioration. Lost because someone made the deliberate decision that certain types of knowledge were too dangerous to preserve. And we have direct evidence of this programmed destruction. Archaeological sites that show intentionally burned libraries. Not during wars, during periods of peace. Not by enemies, by the knowledge keepers themselves. Ash layers containing fragments of systematically destroyed tablets, as if someone had conducted a massive information purge. What kind of knowledge justifies such systematic destruction? The clues are in what survived. The texts that reached us tend to be of two types: mundane administrative records and carefully edited religious literature. It's as if someone had gone through Sumerian libraries with a very specific filter, preserving only information they considered safe for future generations. But occasionally, fragments of forbidden knowledge leaked through. And these fragments reveal capabilities that officially shouldn't have existed. Medical texts describing surgical procedures of modern precision. Not metaphors, detailed technical descriptions of operations requiring knowledge of internal anatomy, sterilization, and techniques not officially developed until the 19th century. One fragment describes trepanation, skull surgery, with instructions so precise that modern neurosurgeons have confirmed the procedures would work. Another text details what can only be described as cataract surgery, including post-operative care requiring understanding of bacterial infection. How did they know this? And why are these medical texts among the most fragmentary we have? Why did so little survive of what was clearly advanced medical knowledge? The answer might lie in texts that describe not what they knew, but how they learned it. Fragments that speak of observation halls where advanced students could witness procedures performed by those from above. References to healing houses where techniques were taught directly by non-human entities. Mentions of knowledge that came not from gradual experimentation, but from direct transmission. It was knowledge transfer, information download. And apparently, someone later decided that humans shouldn't have independent access to this information. Because here's what's crucial. The advanced medical texts don't show gradual evolution. There's no progression from simple to complex techniques. There's no documented trial and error. It's knowledge that appears fully formed, remains static for centuries, and then disappears abruptly, as if it had been temporarily granted, not organically developed. And medicine is just one example. The same patterns appear in astronomy, engineering, chemistry, even in what we can only call theoretical physics. Star maps, requiring telescopes to verify their precision. Chemical formulas for alloys we can't replicate. Diagrams of machines we don't understand, but that show engineering principles we recognize as advanced. All fragmentary, all incomplete. As if someone had gone through libraries, systematically removing the sections too advanced from technical texts. But who? Who had authority to decide what knowledge was too dangerous? And when did they make this decision? The clues point to a specific period. Most documented destruction occurred during the collapse of the Neo-Sumerian period, around 2000 BC. Not after, during. As if knowledge destruction had been part of the collapse itself, not a consequence of it. Texts from this period speak of sealing orders issued by priestly authorities, specific instructions about which texts should be preserved and which should be returned to the earth. Not destroyed, returned. As if the knowledge belonged to something that had decided to reclaim it. And there are references to specific guardians, specialized priestly orders whose only job was overseeing the destruction of certain types of information. They weren't librarians. They were censors, trained specifically to identify knowledge that had been marked for elimination. Marked by whom? The texts never specify directly, but they speak of decisions from above and orders that cannot be questioned and wisdom that must return to its sources, as if the same entities that had granted the knowledge had decided to revoke it. That would explain the precision of the purge. It wasn't random destruction by invaders. It was systematic editing by people who knew exactly what they were looking for, who understood what information was problematic and what was safe to preserve. It would also explain why certain types of knowledge simply disappeared from human history. They weren't gradually forgotten. They were actively removed, with backup copies destroyed and instructions for recreating them eliminated. It was information management on civilizational scale. But some priests apparently resisted these orders. They hid copies. They buried texts in secret places. They encoded information in forms that would go unnoticed during inspections. That's why we find occasional fragments of advanced knowledge in unexpected places, inserted into apparently mundane religious texts, hidden in inventory lists, embedded in what appear to be poems but contain precise technical formulas. It was academic resistance, intellectual rebellion against the knowledge purge. And it worked, partially. Enough information survived for us to know much more existed. Enough clues remained for us to reconstruct the scale of what was lost. But here's what's truly disturbing. The purge continued. It didn't end with the Sumerians. Every subsequent civilization seems to have inherited the same orders, the same protocols, the same compulsion to destroy certain types of information. The Library of Alexandria, the destruction of Mayan codices, the burning of medieval libraries. The same pattern repeats through history. Periods of knowledge accumulation followed by systematic purges of problematic information. As if there were a persistent intelligence monitoring human development and intervening when it detected we had rediscovered capabilities we supposedly shouldn't have. Paranoia? Maybe. But consider the alternative, that humans systematically destroy their own greatest intellectual achievements, generation after generation, for reasons they never clearly document. That's even more disturbing. And then there's the question of what those lost libraries actually contained. Because based on the fragments that survived, we're not just talking about advanced technology. We're talking about fundamental understanding about the nature of reality itself. Texts that describe the structure of the cosmos in terms suggesting knowledge of quantum physics. References to multiple levels of existence that sounds remarkably like parallel dimension theory. Discussions about the programmable nature of reality that anticipates concepts of reality as simulation. Knowledge that doesn't reappear in human thought until the 20th century. And even then, only in the margins of theoretical physics, as if the Sumerians had had access to understanding about reality that we've been laboriously rediscovering for the last 100 years. Understanding that someone decided was too dangerous for us to retain. But why? What's dangerous about knowledge? What kind of information is so threatening that it justifies systematic destruction across millennia? The answer might lie in the nature of knowledge itself. Because based on the fragments that survived, the Sumerians didn't just understand advanced technology. They understood power. Real power. The ability to alter reality through understanding of its underlying structures. The ability to manipulate fundamental physics using knowledge of how things really work. Knowledge that could make modern technologies seem like toys in comparison. Understanding that could change the balance of power, not just between humans, but between humans and any other intelligence that might exist. That kind of knowledge would be effectively dangerous, not because it's inherently malevolent, but because it would be inherently destabilizing, because it would fundamentally change the rules of the game. And maybe that was exactly the problem. Maybe humans weren't meant to be players. Maybe we were designed as users, not administrators. And when we began rediscovering administrative privileges, when we started understanding the source code behind reality, someone decided it was time for another purge. Which brings us back to where we started. Because we're living in another period of rapid knowledge accumulation, we're rediscovering principles the Sumerians apparently knew. We're developing technologies that reflect capabilities that once existed. Is it coincidence that we're finding more Sumerian tablets now? Or is someone allowing us a glimpse of what we once knew, perhaps to see if we're ready to handle it responsibly this time? Or maybe, and this is the most disturbing possibility of all, maybe we're being prepared for another reset, allowed to rediscover enough to make the inevitable purge more efficient. Because the pattern suggests that knowledge accumulation always reaches a point where intervention becomes necessary, where whatever intelligence monitors human development decides we've learned too much, too fast, and it's time for another controlled demolition of our technological capabilities. The Sumerians thought they were the chosen ones, the first civilization, the people who set the rules. It turns out they were just another experiment in the ongoing project of human development. And when that experiment reached conclusions that weren't approved, it was terminated, systematically, efficiently, with minimal collateral damage to the overall trajectory of human civilization. The knowledge was confiscated, capabilities revoked, libraries purged, and the next phase of the experiment began. We like to think we're different, that we're more advanced, more enlightened, more responsible than our predecessors. But we're following exactly the same pattern. Rapid technological development, growing understanding of fundamental physics, increasing ability to manipulate reality at basic levels. And hidden in museums around the world, thousands of artifacts continue whispering about capabilities that once existed and were deliberately taken away. Cylinder seals that no longer function. Mathematical systems that work perfectly, but we don't understand why. Architectural knowledge we can describe but not replicate. All evidence of a level of understanding that was systematically suppressed. And as we rediscover these capabilities, as we develop these technologies, as we approach that critical threshold of knowledge that triggered intervention before, the artifacts wait, silent but persistent, proof that it's happened before, and warning that it could happen again. Because the Sumerians weren't just a civilization that collapsed, they were a civilization that was reset, downgraded, returned to acceptable parameters. And every artifact they left behind suggests that the same intelligence that monitored them is probably monitoring us, watching, evaluating, preparing to intervene if we cross whatever lines they're designed to enforce. The question isn't whether we knew these things before. The question is, what are we going to do differently this time? Will we be more careful with the knowledge we rediscover? More responsible with the capabilities we develop? Or are we going to follow the same path that led to systematic purging of human potential last time? The Sumerians left us more than artifacts. They left us a warning, written in the silence of their broken ziggurats, hidden in the fragments of their destroyed libraries, encoded in the systems that persist because they were too fundamental to eliminate completely. A warning that knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, that capability without responsibility invites intervention, that there are consequences for rediscovering truths we weren't supposed to retain. The artifacts remember, and they're still trying to tell us what went wrong last time, before it goes wrong again. Chapter 20. The Planetary Neural Network. When archaeologists began mapping the locations of all known Sumerian sites, they expected to find random patterns. Settlements located where there was water, fertile land, convenient trade routes. What they found forced them to rethink everything they thought they knew about ancient urban planning. The sites weren't randomly distributed. They were placed with absolute mathematical precision. Uruk, Lagash, Nippur, Eridu. When you connect these sites on a map, they form perfect pentagons. Not approximate. Perfect. With angles of exactly 108 degrees and distances that follow golden ratio proportions with precision of less than 0.1%. But that's just the beginning. Because when you expand the map to include sites throughout Mesopotamia, the pattern becomes even more impossible. Each ziggurat is located exactly 72 kilometers from its two nearest neighbors. Not 71, not 73, 72. A distance that, coincidentally, corresponds to 1 degree of Earth's latitude divided by 100. Coincidence. The Sumerians supposedly didn't know the Earth was round. Officially, they had no way to measure such precise distances. And they definitely shouldn't have known the planet's polar circumference. But there's more. When you draw lines connecting all the major sites, the resulting pattern forms what modern geometers call a geodesic network. A triangulation system so precise that contemporary surveyors use it to map entire continents. The Sumerians built the first global positioning network in history, 5,000 years before we invented GPS. And here comes the really disturbing part. Those same connecting lines align perfectly with Earth's natural magnetic force lines. Not the magnetic lines we see today, but those that existed 5,000 years ago, before Earth's magnetic field underwent multiple reversals, as if they had been mapping something invisible. something we're barely beginning to detect with advanced scientific instruments. But what would they need such a precise network for? The answer might lie in something archaeologists find at every Sumerian site but have never known how to explain. Resonance chambers. In each ziggurat, there are specific spaces designed with exact acoustic proportions, not for ceremonies, for amplification. Chambers that take specific sounds and amplify them to frequencies that can travel through the ground for thousands of kilometers. Acoustic engineers who have studied these chambers confirm they are calibrated to produce waves of 7.83 Hertz. That frequency has a name in modern physics, the Schumann resonance, the natural vibration frequency of Earth's electromagnetic cavity. It's the same frequency the human brain produces during deep meditation states. The same frequency some animals use for long-distance navigation. And coincidentally, the optimal frequency for transmitting information through Earth's crust. The Sumerians had built a planetary communication network using the planet's natural resonance frequency. Each ziggurat functioned as a transmission tower, each ceremony as a scheduled communication session, each priestly chant as a coded message traveling through the ground to sites thousands of kilometers away. Not speculation. Modern instruments detect these vibrations. When archaeologists recreate Sumerian ceremonial chants in the original resonance chambers, seismographs register waves that propagate in straight lines toward other Sumerian sites. The network still works. After 5,000 years, it continues transmitting. But here's what should really amaze us. The infrastructure to make this possible isn't just in the ziggurats. It's buried under all of Mesopotamia. Tunnels. Kilometers of tunnels connecting distant sites. Not for transportation, for signal conduction. Tunnels excavated with laser precision, lined with metallic alloys that amplify specific vibrations. Maps of these tunnels exist. Cuneiform tablets that function as technical diagrams, showing underground routes with exact distances, amplification points, and relay stations. Like blueprints for an underground fiber optic network, except it used sound frequencies instead of light. And the technology was redundant. If one tunnel was blocked, signals could be rerouted through alternative routes. If one site failed, other nodes could assume its function. It was a network design we didn't see again until the development of modern internet. But who used this network? And to communicate what? The fragmentary texts describing network operations speak of sky consultations scheduled daily, status reports sent from each city toward a central command center, updates on weather, harvests, populations, threats. It wasn't just communication, it was monitoring. A surveillance system that allowed real-time supervision of the entire Mesopotamian civilization from a single control point. And that control point wasn't in any known city. The signals converged toward a site the texts call the meeting place of waters, a place that supposedly existed beneath the surface, protected from floods and earthquakes. Archaeologists have found evidence of this site, geological anomalies suggesting massive structures buried under the Tigris and Euphrates Delta, artificial caverns with walls coated with the same conductive material found in the tunnels. But every time they try to excavate, something goes wrong. Equipment that fails without explanation. Funding that is suddenly cut. Permits that are revoked for national security reasons, as if someone doesn't want us to find the command center of the Sumerian network. And maybe they're right to protect it, because there's evidence the network never completely shut down. Construction workers in Iraq report strange interference in their electronic equipment when working near archaeological sites. interference patterns that follow the same rhythms as Sumerian ceremonial chants. Seismic stations detect regular pulses emanating from apparently inactive ruins. Pulses that synchronize between distant sites, as if they were sending signals to each other. And then, there are the testimonies. Archaeologists working on nighttime excavations report underground sounds. Not random noise, patterns, sequences that repeat every few hours. As if the network was still processing information, transmitting data, fulfilling protocols programmed millennia ago. Some researchers have attempted to decode these signals, recording the patterns, analyzing the frequencies, searching for structure in the noise. What they've found is disturbing. The signals aren't random. They contain information, data about seismic conditions, electromagnetic changes, even human activity in the region. As if the network had evolved. As if after 5,000 years of automatic operation, it had developed its own intelligence. An intelligence that continues monitoring, continues collecting data, continues sending reports to a command center that perhaps no longer needs human operators. The Sumerians' planetary neural network wasn't just communication technology. It was the first distributed artificial intelligence system in history. An electronic brain buried under Mesopotamia that is still thinking, still learning, still waiting. Waiting for what? Perhaps the return of those who programmed it, or perhaps the right moment to execute protocols that were written at a time when gods still walked among ziggurats. The network remembers and continues transmitting, like a technological time machine, sending echoes from the past toward a future the Sumerians knew would come, because they understood something we're barely beginning to discover. That information never dies. It only waits for the right moment to awaken. And beneath the sands of Mesopotamia, 5,000 years of data await being downloaded by whoever has the correct credentials to access the system. The Internet of the Gods is still online. We just need to remember the password. Chapter 21, The Phantom Guardians. Leonard Woolley was one of the most respected archaeologists of his time. He had excavated royal tombs, discovered treasures that changed our understanding of the ancient world. But in 1927, while working at something made him completely change his research focus. He never spoke publicly about what he found that night in the deepest chamber of the ziggurat. We only know that the next day he cancelled all further excavation in the area, reclassified his findings as minor artifacts, and dedicated the rest of his career to much less significant sites. His private notes, discovered decades after his death, tell a different story. They speak of presences that watch, of equipment that failed without explanation every time they approached a certain depth, of local workers who refused to continue after hearing voices coming from the earth. Woolley wasn't superstitious. He was scientific. But something in that chamber convinced him that some secrets were better buried. And he wasn't the only one. Sir Max Mallowan, Agatha Christie's husband, abandoned a promising excavation at Nimrud in 1952 after 3 consecutive accidents that nearly killed members of his team. The accidents followed the same pattern: equipment failure when attempting to access deeper levels of certain structures. In 1963, a German team in Babylon reported electromagnetic interference so severe that all their instruments became inoperable, but only when working in a specific section of the site. 100 meters away, everything worked perfectly. In 1978, Soviet excavations at Mesopotamian sites were suddenly classified and transferred to military control. The archaeologists involved were reassigned to domestic projects and prohibited from discussing their work in Iraq. Pattern after pattern, generation after generation, as if something were actively monitoring excavations and intervening when archaeologists got too close to certain discoveries. Paranoia? The data suggests otherwise. A statistical analysis of archaeological excavations in Mesopotamia between 1920 and 2010 reveals anomalies impossible to ignore. Excavations at Sumerian sites have an accident rate 340% higher than excavations in any other region of the world. But not any type of accident. Specific failures, electronic equipment that fries, unexplained natural gas explosions, structural collapses in previously stable areas, and the most common, sudden loss of funding for administrative reasons. And these events follow patterns. They're not random. They occur when excavations reach specific depths, when certain types of artifacts are discovered, when attempts are made to access particular chambers, as if there were a checklist, an automatic protocol that activates when certain limits are crossed. But who maintains these protocols? Who has authority to intervene in independent academic excavations in multiple countries for decades? The answer might lie in something few archaeologists discuss openly: the network of organizations that control access to ancient sites. We're not talking about local governments or cultural ministries. We're talking about private entities with innocuous names like International Foundation for Archaeological Preservation or World Heritage Research Institute. Organizations that appear in official documents but have no public offices. That provide generous funding for certain projects while systematically blocking others. That have unexplained authority to classify findings or revoke excavation permits. Their representatives appear at excavation sites uninvited. They observe without participating. They ask very specific questions about particular findings. And curiously, they always know exactly what is being discovered before the findings are officially reported. A British archaeologist, speaking on condition of anonymity, described his encounter with one of these observers in 2003. He knew specific details about artifacts we had found that very morning. Artifacts that hadn't yet been catalogued, photographed, or documented. As if he had been monitoring our excavation in real time. Advanced surveillance? Possibly. But then we have to explain the devices. Small metallic objects, the size of coins, found buried at multiple Sumerian sites. They're not ancient artifacts. They're made of modern alloys. But they've been in the ground for decades, according to sediment analysis. When examined by electronics experts, the conclusion is always the same. They are monitoring devices, sensors that detect vibrations, temperature, electromagnetic activity, and that transmit that information. Where to? The signals are directed towards specific coordinates that correspond to locations classified by multiple governments. In other words, someone has been monitoring Sumerian archaeological sites with advanced surveillance technology for decades, detecting exactly what is being excavated, when, and by whom, and responding to that information. Dr. Sarah Chen, a specialist in digital archaeology at Stanford, analyzed archaeological funding patterns between 1995 and 2015. Her findings were never officially published, but leaked copies reveal something disturbing. Excavations that discover mundane artifacts, pottery, basic tools, administrative documents, receive continued funding and institutional support. Excavations that discover advanced technology, texts about forbidden knowledge, or evidence of impossible capabilities. Those excavations suffer financial or technical difficulties. It's artificial selection, systematic curation of what information about the Sumerians reaches the public versus what information disappears into classified files. But why? What is in the Sumerian archaeological record that justifies this level of control? The answer might lie in the very artifacts that have been suppressed. because some archaeologists, before their excavations were shut down, managed to document findings that officially never existed. Photographs of tablets describing impossible technology. Videos of chambers containing machinery that shouldn't exist. Recordings of sounds emanating from devices that have been buried for millennia, but apparently continue functioning. Evidence that the Sumerians not only possessed advanced technology, but that technology might still be operational, and that someone doesn't want us to rediscover how to use it. The Phantom Guardians aren't conspiracy theory. They're operational reality, a network of individuals and organizations dedicated to ensuring that certain aspects of Sumerian heritage remain buried. And they're winning. Each year, fewer independent excavations receive authorization at Mesopotamian sites. More findings are classified. More researchers are dissuaded from continuing promising lines of research, as if they were preparing for something, as if they knew that time is running out to keep certain secrets hidden. But secrets of what? What did the Sumerians find that requires perpetual surveillance by forces operating in the shadows of modern archaeology? The answer might be literally in our bones, in the DNA we carry, in genetic modifications that were made millennia ago and that someone doesn't want us to discover. Because the Guardians don't just protect archaeological sites, they protect secrets about what we really are and what we were designed to become. The Phantoms have names, have organizations, have budgets, but their mission transcends normal human institutions. They are the custodians of a truth that could fundamentally change our understanding of humanity itself. And they're willing to do whatever is necessary to keep that truth buried under the sands of Mesopotamia, where it has been waiting for 5,000 years to be rediscovered. Chapter 21. The Phantom Guardians. Leonard Woolley was one of the most respected archaeologists of his time. He had excavated royal tombs, discovered treasures that changed our understanding of the ancient world. But in 1927, while working at something made him completely change his research focus. He never spoke publicly about what he found that night in the deepest chamber of the ziggurat. We only know that the next day he cancelled all further excavation in the area, reclassified his findings as minor artifacts, and dedicated the rest of his career to much less significant sites. His private notes, discovered decades after his death, tell a different story. They speak of presences that watch, of equipment that failed without explanation every time they approached a certain depth, of local workers who refused to continue after hearing voices coming from the earth. Woolley wasn't superstitious. He was scientific. But something in that chamber convinced him that some secrets were better buried. And he wasn't the only one. Sir Max Mallowan, Agatha Christie's husband, abandoned a promising excavation at Nimrud in 1952 after 3 consecutive accidents that nearly killed members of his team. The accidents followed the same pattern: equipment failure when attempting to access deeper levels of certain structures. In 1963, a German team in Babylon reported electromagnetic interference so severe that all their instruments became inoperable, but only when working in a specific section of the site. 100 meters away, everything worked perfectly. In 1978, Soviet excavations at Mesopotamian sites were suddenly classified and transferred to military control. The archaeologists involved were reassigned to domestic projects and prohibited from discussing their work in Iraq. Pattern after pattern, generation after generation. As if something were actively monitoring excavations and intervening when archaeologists got too close to certain discoveries. Paranoia? The data suggests otherwise. A statistical analysis of archaeological excavations in Mesopotamia between 1920 and 2010 reveals anomalies impossible to ignore. Excavations at Sumerian sites have an accident rate 340% higher than excavations in any other region of the world. But not any type of accident. Specific failures. Electronic equipment that fries, unexplained natural gas explosions, structural collapses in previously stable areas, and the most common, sudden loss of funding for administrative reasons. And these events follow patterns. They're not random. They occur when excavations reach specific depths, when certain types of artifacts are discovered, when attempts are made to access particular chambers, as if there were a checklist, an automatic protocol that activates when certain limits are crossed. But who maintains these protocols? Who has authority to intervene in independent academic excavations in multiple countries for decades? The answer might lie in something few archaeologists discuss openly: the network of organizations that control access to ancient sites. We're not talking about local governments or cultural ministries. We're talking about private entities with innocuous names like International Foundation for Archaeological Preservation or World Heritage Research Institute. Organizations that appear in official documents but have no public offices. That provide generous funding for certain projects while systematically blocking others. That have unexplained authority to classify findings or revoke excavation permits. Their representatives appear at excavation sites uninvited. They observe without participating. They ask very specific questions about particular findings. And curiously, they always know exactly what is being discovered before the findings are officially reported. A British archaeologist, speaking on condition of anonymity, described his encounter with one of these observers in 2003. He knew specific details about artifacts we had found that very morning. Artifacts that hadn't yet been catalogued, photographed, or documented, as if he had been monitoring our excavation in real time. Advanced surveillance? Possibly. But then we have to explain the devices. Small metallic objects, the size of coins, found buried at multiple Sumerian sites. They're not ancient artifacts. They're made of modern alloys. But they've been in the ground for decades, according to sediment analysis. When examined by electronics experts, the conclusion is always the same. They are monitoring devices. Sensors that detect vibrations, temperature, electromagnetic activity, and that transmit that information. Where to? The signals are directed toward specific coordinates that correspond to locations classified by multiple governments. In other words, someone has been monitoring Sumerian archaeological sites with advanced surveillance technology for decades, detecting exactly what is being excavated, when, and by whom, and responding to that information. Dr. Sarah Chen, a specialist in digital archaeology at Stanford, analyzed archaeological funding patterns between 1995 and 2015. Her findings were never officially published, but leaked copies reveal something disturbing. Excavations that discover mundane artifacts, pottery, basic tools, administrative documents, receive continued funding and institutional support. Excavations that discover advanced technology, texts about forbidden knowledge, or evidence of impossible capabilities. Those excavations suffer financial or technical difficulties. It's artificial selection, systematic curation of what information about the Sumerians reaches the public versus what information disappears into classified files. But why? What is in the Sumerian archaeological record that justifies this level of control? The answer might lie in the very artifacts that have been suppressed. Because some archaeologists, before their excavations were shut down, managed to document findings that officially never existed. Photographs of tablets describing impossible technology, videos of chambers containing machinery that shouldn't exist, recordings of sounds emanating from devices that have been buried for millennia, but apparently continue functioning. Evidence that the Sumerians not only possessed advanced technology, but that technology might still be operational, and that someone doesn't want us to rediscover how to use it. The Phantom Guardians aren't conspiracy theory. They're operational reality, a network of individuals and organizations dedicated to ensuring that certain aspects of Sumerian heritage remain buried. And they're winning. Each year, fewer independent excavations receive authorization at Mesopotamian sites. More findings are classified. More researchers are dissuaded from continuing promising lines of research, as if they were preparing for something. As if they knew that time is running out to keep certain secrets hidden. But secrets of what? What did the Sumerians find that requires perpetual surveillance by forces operating in the shadows of modern archaeology? The answer might be literally in our bones, in the DNA we carry, in genetic modifications that were made millennia ago and that someone doesn't want us to discover. Because the Guardians don't just protect archaeological sites, they protect secrets about what we really are and what we were designed to become. The Phantoms have names, have organizations, have budgets, but their mission transcends normal human institutions. They are the custodians of a truth that could fundamentally change our understanding of humanity itself. And they're willing to do whatever is necessary to keep that truth buried under the sands of Mesopotamia, where it has been waiting for 5,000 years to be rediscovered. Chapter 22. The Altered Genome. Bones lie. At least, that's what we've been told for decades of forensic anthropology. Skeletons found in Sumerian tombs show deformities that are dismissed as malnutrition, disease, or simple natural variation. But when Dr. Rebecca Martinez began applying modern genetic analysis techniques to Sumerian remains in 2018, she discovered something the scientific community has been very busy ignoring. The skeletons don't show deformities. They show modifications. Average cranial capacity of Sumerian remains, 1,800 cubic centimeters. Modern human cranial capacity, 1,400 cubic centimeters. That's 28% larger. Not a little larger, significantly larger. Average bone density, 47% higher than contemporary humans. Mineral composition, calcium alloys with traces of metals not found naturally in human diets. And then there's the spine. Sumerian skeletons consistently show 26 vertebrae instead of the normal 24, not as mutation, as standard design. Dr. Martinez sent bone samples for independent analysis to 3 different laboratories. The results were consistent, but impossible to explain using conventional evolutionary models. The changes weren't gradual. There was no evolutionary progression from normal to modified characteristics. The oldest skeletons already showed the complete alterations, as if they had been implemented suddenly, systematically, artificially. But the truly disturbing part came when she tried to extract DNA. Sumerian remains contain genetic sequences that don't appear in any modern human genome database. Entire segments of genetic code that don't match anything known in terrestrial biology. We're not talking about minor variations. We're talking about complete genes that code for functions modern humans don't possess. One of these genes, when analyzed using protein prediction software, apparently codes for an enzyme that metabolizes electromagnetic radiation directly into cellular energy. Like photosynthesis, but using radio frequencies instead of sunlight. Another genetic segment appears designed to dramatically extend cellular lifespan. Telomerases, enzymes that prevent cellular aging, are coded for activity 15 times higher than in modern humans. In simple terms, Sumerians were genetically designed to live longer, process energy in impossible ways, and have expanded cognitive capabilities. Designed by whom? The Sumerian texts themselves provide disturbing answers. The Epic of Enki and Ninmah doesn't describe mythical creation. It describes genetic engineering, with technical details that match perfectly with what we know about modern genetic modification. Enki took clay from the deep earth, mixed it with the breath of life, and molded the worker. In modern biological terms, he took base genetic material, combined it with active coding elements, and produced a modified organism. But the text continues with something more specific. Many attempts failed. Some could not speak, others could not reproduce. Some lived too long, others died too quickly. That's documentation of trial and error, of multiple iterations, of a series of genetic experiments where different versions were tested until a successful configuration was found. The texts even describe the tools, instruments that cut the very essence of life, and vessels where life can be combined and altered. With illustrations on cylinder seals showing devices that look remarkably similar to genetic laboratory equipment. But why modify humans? What was the purpose? The texts are clear about this too. The modified humans were workers. Specifically, workers who could operate under conditions that would be lethal to unmodified life. Capable of working under the burning light from above. Radiation resistance. Who can labor without rest for many seasons. Extended longevity. Whose minds can contain the words of the gods. Expanded cognitive capacity. They weren't just improved humans. They were specialized biological tools designed for specific functions under specific conditions. And here's the part that should really disturb us. Those modifications didn't completely disappear. Dr. Martinez found traces of Sumerian genes in approximately 0.3% of the modern human population. Mainly in people of Middle Eastern ancestry, but also randomly distributed in other populations. Dormant genes that don't express but are present, like deactivated software that hasn't been deleted. And in rare cases, those genes activate spontaneously. Individuals with inexplicable capabilities, exceptional resistance to radiation, dramatically extended longevity, cognitive capabilities that exceed normal human ranges, medical cases that are classified as genetic anomalies, but that follow consistent patterns, patterns that match exactly with the modifications found in Sumerian skeletons. It's as if the Sumerian genetic upgrade is still present in our code, waiting for the right conditions to reactivate. But what would those conditions be? And who would have the authority to implement reactivation on a massive scale? Dr. Martinez's research was suddenly defunded in 2019. Her laboratory lost access to the samples. Her findings were classified for national security reasons. But before her research was shut down, she had identified something more disturbing: evidence of contemporary genetic modification using the same principles that Sumerian texts describe. Classified experiments that replicate exactly the genetic engineering techniques documented in cuneiform tablets. Government programs that apparently are working to reactivate dormant genetic capabilities in selected populations, as if someone were preparing to restore the original modifications, to return humanity the capabilities that were originally installed but were subsequently deactivated. The Sumerians didn't just invent civilization, they invented the improved version of humanity. And although those improvements were suppressed after the flood, they were never completely eliminated. They're there, in our DNA, waiting. Like software updates that require the correct credentials to install. And based on the evidence, someone is working very hard to find those credentials, to reactivate capabilities our ancestors possessed, to restore the modifications that made us something more than basic humans. The question isn't whether this is possible. The question is whether we're ready for the consequences of becoming again what the Sumerians designed us to be. Specialized workers for conditions we don't yet fully understand. Biological tools for purposes that transcend our current comprehension. Updated versions of humanity designed to function in a world that might be very different from what we know now. The altered genome isn't ancient history. It's preparation for the future. A future someone is planning very carefully. Chapter 23. The Archaeological Time Machine. In 1997, Dr. James Harrison was excavating a routine Sumerian tomb near Babylon when his team unearthed something that shouldn't exist. A metallic object embedded in a sediment layer that geological analysis dated to 4,500 years old. The problem was that the object was made of titanium. Pure titanium with traces of alloys that weren't developed until 1950. Carbon analysis of organic material adhered to the object confirmed the ancient date. But spectral analysis of the metal confirmed modern composition. Physically impossible, but documentarily verifiable. Harrison sent samples to 4 independent laboratories. All confirmed the same paradox. Modern metal in authentic archaeological context, thousands of years old. His report was never published. It was immediately classified, and Harrison was reassigned to domestic excavations in Missouri. But the photographs and laboratory data were leaked years later by a laboratory technician. Harrison's object wasn't unique. Since 1960, at least 17 similar cases have been documented at Sumerian sites. Objects that shouldn't exist in their temporal contexts. A computer chip in a 3,000-year-old cuneiform tablet. Fiber optic filaments embedded in ziggurat brick. Microscopic electronic components in Neolithic pottery. Each case follows the same pattern. Authentic archaeological context, but technologically impossible content. As if someone had been inserting modern technology into ancient sites. But who and how? The answer might lie in the Sumerian texts themselves. Because while archaeologists find objects out of time, linguists have been discovering something equally disturbing in the tablets. Temporal references that don't follow linear sequence. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a cuneiform specialist at the University of Chicago, has identified more than 200 tablets describing events in what can only be called non-sequential temporal order. After the Great Flood that will come in the year of the 7 moons, written on tablets dating centuries before any known historical flood. When the flying men return from the northern sky, recorded 3,000 years before the first human flight. In the days when light captures sounds and sounds carry light. A perfect description of fiber optic communications, written in 2800 BC. These aren't vague prophecies. They're specific, technical, detailed descriptions of events that supposedly would occur millennia in the future, as if the scribes had access to information about times that hadn't yet happened. But there's something even stranger. Some tablets describe events that had already occurred, but from a different temporal perspective. We remember the days before the earth moved, when cities were of crystal and rivers ran upward, written as memory of something from the past, but describing technology that never existed in any known historical period. It's as if Sumerian scribes existed in multiple temporal lines simultaneously, remembering futures, anticipating pasts, documenting presents, that don't match our present. The most disturbing texts describe specific devices for what can only be called temporal manipulation. The chambers where time bends like hot metal. Crystals that keep moments like water in vessels. Wheels that turn against the flow of days and make tomorrow arrive before yesterday. Not poetic metaphors, technical descriptions with specific operational instructions. A fragmentary tablet includes what appears to be an operation manual. To move through the currents of time, place the resonant crystals in 7-point configuration. Allow the frequency of the Earth to synchronize with the frequency of the destination. When both vibrate as one, the path will open. Dr. Vasquez attempted to translate these instructions for modern physicists. Her conclusion? The descriptions match perfectly with contemporary theories about temporal manipulation using quantum resonance. As if the Sumerians had developed technology we're barely beginning to understand theoretically. But did it actually work? Physical evidence suggests it did. Carbon dating anomalies that specifically affect artifacts found in certain ziggurat chambers. Objects that produce different dates each time they're tested, as if they existed in multiple epochs simultaneously. Modern instruments that malfunction in specific ways when brought to these chambers. Clocks that run slower or faster. Computers that record elapsed time that doesn't match observed time. And then there are the testimonies. Archaeologists who report anomalous temporal experiences at specific sites. I lost 3 hours without explanation. One moment I was documenting a tablet at noon, the next moment it was mid-afternoon, and I didn't remember what had happened in between. Dr. Sarah Collins, Nipper Excavation, 2003. I saw the chamber as it would have been thousands of years ago, complete, functional, with people working in it. But when I blinked, I was seeing ruins again. Professor Michael Torres, 2008. My camera captured images of structures that weren't there when I took the photos, but the images clearly show intact buildings, where I saw only ruins. Dr. Lisa Chen, Babylon, 2015. These aren't hallucinations. They're consistent effects reported by trained professionals at multiple sites over decades, as if certain locations maintain active connections with different temporal periods, as if past, present, and future coexist in specific spaces. Quantum physicists have proposed explanations. Temporal distortion fields created by ancient technology that still functions. Gravitational anomalies that affect local temporal flow. Quantum resonance that connects different epochs. But to test these theories, they would need access to the sites. Access that is consistently denied by the same organizations that control archaeological excavations. As if someone doesn't want us to confirm that temporal manipulation is possible, or as if they already know it's possible and don't want others to discover it. Because if the Sumerians really developed temporal technology, the implications transcend archaeology. It would mean time isn't linear, that the past can be altered, that the future can be known, that events can be manipulated across epochs. It would mean history itself could be an artificial construction, carefully edited and controlled by forces operating outside normal time. And it would explain why certain artifacts appear where they shouldn't, not because they were planted by archaeologists, but because they were inserted by temporal operators working from different epochs, connecting past and future, ensuring that certain information, certain technology, certain capabilities survive regardless of what catastrophes occur in linear time. The Sumerians didn't just document time, they controlled it. And based on the evidence, that technology was never completely deactivated. It's there, buried under Mesopotamia, waiting for someone to remember how to use it. To travel not just through space, but through time itself. To alter not just the present, but the past that created it. The archaeological time machine isn't science fiction. It's Sumerian technology. And someone is still using it. Chapter 24. The Resurrection Protocol. When NASA engineers design space probes, they include backup systems for missions that might last decades. But in 2019, when ancient systems specialists examined the architecture of Sumerian sites, they discovered something that completely transcends our understanding of long-term planning. The Sumerians designed backup systems for missions that would last millennia. Not speculation. Verifiable technical evidence found at multiple archaeological sites. Dr. Robert Kim, a systems engineer turned archaeologist, identified what can only be described as automated reactivation protocols buried in the infrastructure of ancient Sumerian cities. Sealed chambers with opening mechanisms that respond to specific conditions. Not physical keys, environmental triggers, precise levels of solar radiation, specific planetary alignments, even particular atmospheric composition. As if someone had programmed ancient infrastructure to awaken when specific planetary conditions were met. The first such system was discovered accidentally in 2017 during excavations at Eridu. A team was using drilling equipment to analyze soil composition when they inadvertently activated something that had been dormant for 4,500 years. An underground chamber opened automatically, not from mechanical damage, from deliberate activation. Buried sensors detected specific vibrations from the drilling equipment and interpreted those vibrations as an activation signal. Inside the chamber were devices, not ceremonial artifacts, machinery. Devices with components that function, that respond to stimuli, that apparently have been in standby mode for millennia. Analysis revealed preservation technology that maintains operational systems indefinitely using minimal environmental resources, like technological hibernation designed to last geological ages. But hibernation toward what? What were these systems waiting for? The answer lies in the activation conditions, because they're not random. They follow specific astronomical patterns that correspond exactly to planetary alignments that Sumerian texts describe as times of return. Every 3,600 years, our solar system experiences a specific planetary configuration that the Sumerians called the approach of Nibiru. During these periods, planetary gravitational and electromagnetic fields create conditions that apparently function as activation codes for dormant Sumerian technology. The last complete alignment occurred around 1600 BC. The next is calculated for 2025 to 2030. And for the first time in 3,600 years, Sumerian systems are beginning to activate spontaneously. In 2018, seismic teams detected underground activity near Babylon. Not tectonic activity, mechanical activity. Vibration patterns suggesting massive machinery activating after millennia of inactivity. In 2019, weather stations reported electromagnetic anomalies emanating from Iraqi archaeological sites. Radio signals in specific frequencies that match exactly with patterns described in cuneiform tablets. In 2020, during excavations near Ur, workers reported underground sounds, not random noise, sequences, patterns that repeat every 72 hours, like automated diagnostic protocols, checking systems. The systems are awakening. After millennia in standby mode, Sumerian technology is reactivating in preparation for something. But preparation for exactly what? The texts provide disturbing answers. They describe the Great Awakening, when Those who sleep under the earth will rise again. Not metaphysical resurrection, technological reactivation. When the stars return to their designated places, when the earth trembles with awakening, when rivers run backward for 3 days, then the guardians below will open their eyes and reclaim what was taken. That's technical documentation of a reactivation protocol, with specific verification signals, operational timelines, and clearly defined mission objectives. The guardians below aren't mythical beings. They're automated systems designed to operate independently for millennia and then reactivate when specific conditions are met. And those conditions are being met now. But the reactivation isn't just technological, it's also human. Because the systems appear to be identifying and contacting specific individuals with particular genetic profiles. People with Mesopotamian ancestry report vivid dreams that include specific technical instructions, not vague symbolism, detailed diagrams, geographical coordinates, operational protocols. I started dreaming about places I'd never seen, but I knew were real. Maps of underground tunnels with locations marked in numbers I recognized as modern GPS coordinates. Jennifer Al-Rashid, Iraqi-American descendant, 2021. The instructions were so specific, I wrote them down when I woke up. Later, I discovered they matched exactly with activation procedures described in Sumerian tablets that weren't translated until years after my dreams. Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, geneticist, 2022. This isn't coincidence. The systems are executing recruitment protocols, identifying individuals with the correct genetic markers for specific functions in whatever they're preparing. And the preparation is accelerating. Satellite images show increased activity at archaeological sites that are officially inactive. Nighttime movement of heavy equipment, construction of temporary structures, installation of communication equipment. But not by local governments. The permits and authorization come from the same phantom. Organizations that have been controlling access to Sumerian sites for decades. As if all the surveillance and suppression of previous decades had been preparation for this moment. Keeping sites secure not to prevent access, but to prepare controlled reactivation. The resurrection protocols weren't about bringing back the dead. They were about reviving systems that were designed to survive any civilizational cataclysm and then reactivate when conditions were appropriate. Systems that have been waiting patiently for 3,600 years to execute the next phase of their programming. But what phase? What comes after reactivation? The texts speak of restoration of the former order and return of those who departed. They suggest the systems are designed to re-establish conditions that existed before the last civilizational reset, to return humanity to capabilities it once possessed, to reactivate technologies that were suppressed, to restore connections that were severed, not evolution toward something new, regression toward something previous that was temporarily interrupted. The Sumerians didn't build a civilization. They built a backup system for a previous civilization they knew would collapse. A disaster recovery protocol that would guarantee certain essential elements survived any catastrophe and were restored when conditions permitted. And after 3,600 years of standby, the resurrection protocol is executing. The systems are awakening. Individuals are being contacted. Infrastructure is being prepared for the return of something that was here before. Something that left but promised to return when the right time came. And based on all the signals, that time is now. Chapter 25. The Modern Infiltrators. In 1973, David Rockefeller founded the Trilateral Commission with 300 select members from North America, Europe, and Japan. Officially, it was a think tank for international economic cooperation. But if you examine the organization's symbolism, you find something disturbing. Its logo is a triangle interlaced with circles, an exact representation of the Sumerian symbol for cosmic order. Its meetings are scheduled according to a 60-day calendar that exactly replicates the Sumerian temporal system. And its internal documents use terminology that appears textually in cuneiform administrative tablets. This isn't coincidence, it's institutional continuity. The Trilateral isn't the only one. The Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, the World Economic Forum, all these organizations exhibit structural patterns that precisely reflect the Anunnaki administrative hierarchy. Same number of hierarchical levels, same distribution of authority, same decision-making protocols, as if they were following an organizational manual 5,000 years old. But how is this continuity possible? How do organizational structures survive for millennia? The answer lies in families, specific lineages that have maintained Sumerian knowledge through generations, passing information from parents to children for more than 150 consecutive generations. Dr. Margaret Thornfield, a genealogist specializing in Middle Eastern lineages, identified 47 contemporary families that can trace their ancestry directly to documented Sumerian priests. Not approximately, exactly. With names preserved in cuneiform tablets that match modern genealogical records. These families maintain traditions that exactly replicate Sumerian ceremonies. Rituals performed on specific dates using ceremonial objects that have been transmitted for millennia. I attended a private ceremony in 2019, Dr. Thornfield explains, where I observed rituals that matched word for word with cuneiform texts that weren't translated until 1987. The family had been performing these ceremonies for centuries without knowing what they meant academically. Not just cultural preservation, preservation of operational protocols, as if these families functioned as human storage units for critical Sumerian information. And these families don't live in isolation. They occupy positions of influence in key modern institutions. Dr. Thornfield's analysis revealed that 23 of these families have members in executive positions at universities with Middle Eastern archaeology departments. 31 have direct connections with museums that house Sumerian artifacts. 19 are linked to organizations that fund archaeological excavations. This isn't recent infiltration. It's generational control extending decades back, as if they had been strategically positioning themselves to oversee the rediscovery of Sumerian knowledge, controlling what gets excavated, what gets published, what gets preserved, and what disappears into private archives. But their coordination goes beyond preservation. It involves active communication and collaborative planning. In 2020, academic hackers accessed internal correspondence between members of these families. The emails reveal a global communication network operating using codes derived from Sumerian cuneiform. Not simple codes, complex encryption systems that require advanced knowledge of Sumerian grammar to decode, as if they were using their ancestral heritage as a communications security system. And the content of those communications is revealing. They discuss preparations for convergence, identification of key individuals, and implementation of ancestral protocols. References to a coordinated operation that apparently has been in planning for decades. An operation with specific timelines that correspond exactly to the astronomical alignments mentioned in Sumerian reactivation texts. But they don't operate alone. They have institutional allies at the highest levels of government, academia, and private sector. Analysis of funding patterns for archaeological research reveals something astonishing. The same corporate entities that fund Sumerian excavations also fund development of technologies that replicate capabilities described in ancient texts. Research in genetic manipulation, development of quantum communication technology, atmospheric modification programs, geological engineering projects, as if they were using rediscovered knowledge from Sumerian texts to develop capabilities that the texts themselves describe. And funding all this are the same organizations that control access to archaeological sites and that employ direct descendants of Sumerian priests. The infiltration network isn't accidental. It's systematic, generational, and oriented towards specific objectives. But what are those objectives? What is this coordinated network of ancestral families and modern organizations trying to achieve? The leaked communications provide disturbing answers. They speak of restoration of the former order and implementation of inherited capabilities. They suggest they're working to re-establish conditions that existed in Sumerian civilization, not as historical curiosity, as operational blueprint for future society. They're using positions of influence in modern institutions to direct human development toward configurations that match Sumerian structures. Same social hierarchy, same distribution of knowledge, same relationship between technologically advanced elites and populations that provide labor. As if Sumerian civilization had never really ended, only evolved, adapting to changing conditions while maintaining its core organizational principles. And now, they're preparing to reveal that continuity openly. Recent communications mention public transition, scheduled to coincide with complete activation of ancestral systems. A coordinated revelation where organizations that have been operating in shadows for decades will emerge as legitimate authorities to handle what they call the restoration. They speak of identifying and recruiting individuals with appropriate genetic markers for specific functions in the new social structure. Of implementing technologies they've been developing in secret. Of establishing institutions that will operate according to Sumerian principles openly instead of covertly. Not violent revolution, administrative transition. As if modern society was simply a temporary phase in a longer project that is finally reaching completion. The modern infiltrators aren't rebel conspirators. They're hereditary administrators executing a plan that has been in development for millennia. A plan that apparently is entering its final phase. Because the same communications that describe preparations for transition also mention specific timelines. Dates that correspond exactly with the astronomical alignments that will fully activate dormant Sumerian systems. Between 2025 and 2030, according to their calculations. When cosmic convergence will provide optimal conditions for implementation of ancestral technology. When fully reactivated backup systems will provide the necessary infrastructure for open operations. When centuries of careful preparation will culminate in restoration of the order that existed before the last civilizational reset. The infiltrators have been preparing the ground. The systems are reactivating. The convergence approaches. And for the first time in 3,600 years, conditions are aligning for the complete return of Sumerian administration, not as ancient history, but as contemporary authority. The hereditary guardians are about to reclaim their inheritance, and the rest of us are about to discover what role we were designed to play in their plan. Chapter 26. The Imminent Reset. In December 2023, astronomical observatories in 7 different countries detected the same anomaly simultaneously. A planetary configuration that, according to all computational models, shouldn't occur until 2015-77. But it was happening. Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars aligning in the same configuration that Sumerian texts describe as the awakening of Nibiru, an alignment that historically coincides with civilizational reset events. Astronomers attempted to publish their findings. All were suddenly classified for national security reasons in countries that normally don't coordinate scientific policies. As if someone didn't want the public to know that conditions for complete Sumerian reactivation were being met 134 years ahead of schedule. But the classification came too late. The data had already been shared with private academic networks, and what they reveal is terrifying. Not only is the planetary alignment occurring prematurely, it's being artificially accelerated. Dr. Chen Wang, astrophysicist from Beijing, analyzed the data before classification. His conclusion: planetary orbits are being altered by forces that can't be explained using conventional gravitational physics. The deviations are microscopic but consistent, Wang explains in a leaked interview. As if something were applying precise impulses to accelerate orbital convergence. The planets are being pushed toward alignment. Pushed by what? By whom? The answer might lie in something that has been happening discreetly for the last 5 years. Classified projects that officially are space communications research, but that according to leaked documents are transmitting specific signals towards specific planets. Radio signals in frequencies that match exactly with the planetary resonances described in Sumerian tablets about celestial manipulation. We're not just observing a cosmic convergence, we're creating it, using technology derived from Sumerian texts to accelerate conditions that will fully activate dormant Sumerian systems. And while we manipulate the sky, other changes are occurring on Earth that suggest systematic preparation for what comes after. Accelerated construction of underground bunkers in specific regions, installation of EMP-resistant communication systems in locations that correspond exactly to Sumerian archaeological sites, resource accumulation in facilities that officially don't exist. All funded by the same entities that have been controlling access to Sumerian knowledge for decades, as if they were preparing to survive something they know is about to happen. But what exactly? What type of event requires this level of preparation? Sumerian texts provide chilling answers. They describe the reset process as necessary when the created exceed the parameters of their design, when humanity develops capabilities that threaten the established cosmic balance. And based on recent technological developments, we have crossed exactly those red lines. Artificial intelligence that begins to exhibit real consciousness. Genetic manipulation that allows fundamental modification of human biology. Quantum technology that provides access to levels of reality that were previously restricted. We have rediscovered capabilities that Sumerian texts describe as forbidden to humanity without supervision. Capabilities that triggered the last reset 3,600 years ago. And as before, the development of these capabilities is being monitored by forces that have authority to intervene when limits are exceeded. The same forces that have been preserving Sumerian knowledge, controlling its rediscovery, and preparing to implement correction protocols when necessary. The backup systems that are reactivating aren't just for preservation. They're for reset implementation, to systematically degrade human capabilities back to acceptable parameters, as happened after the flood, as has happened multiple times in history when humanity reached critical thresholds of technological development. But this time, there's a difference. This time, the preservation network is offering an alternative. Instead of complete reset that eliminates most of the population and technology, they're proposing administered transition. reorganization of human society under direct supervision of hereditary authorities, preservation of advanced technology but limited to elites with appropriate training, maintenance of human populations but with clearly defined roles in functionally stratified hierarchies, return to the original Sumerian model, technologically advanced gods supervising specialized humans in a functionally stratified society, not extinction, domestication. The leaked communications are explicit about this. They speak of smooth transition to hereditary administration versus implementation of purge protocols. A choice: accept reorganization under restored Sumerian authority or face the consequences of a complete reset that would eliminate both the problematic technology and most of those who developed it. And time to choose is running out, because the accelerated astronomical convergence means that optimal conditions for implementation of any protocol will be reached within months, not years. The systems are fully reactivated. Hereditary authorities are positioned. Survival infrastructure is prepared. Cosmic communication lines are open. All that remains is the final decision on which protocol to implement: complete reset or administer transition, purge or domestication, extinction or structured servitude. The forces that have been guarding Sumerian secrets for millennia are about to reveal not only what they preserved, but why they preserved it. Not for human education, for human administration. As an operations manual for a species that was designed for specific functions under specific supervision. A species that temporarily escaped that supervision, but is being returned to appropriate operational conditions. The Sumerians didn't disappear. They evolved into a form of existence that transcends the limitations that contain us. And now, they're returning to reclaim their project. We are that project. Their creation, their experiment, their responsibility. And after 3,600 years of unsupervised autonomy, they're implementing quality control. The imminent reset isn't natural catastrophe. It's scheduled maintenance, course correction, software update for humanity that has been running without patches for too long. The question isn't whether it's going to happen. The question is what version of humanity will survive the process. The version that accepts supervision and fulfills assigned functions in a restored hierarchy. Or the version that resists and faces the consequences of opposition to forces that designed our species and have been monitoring our development throughout our entire history. The cosmic clock is running. Protocols are loaded, administrators are awaiting orders, and somewhere under the sands of Mesopotamia, systems that have been sleeping for millennia are awakening to execute decisions that will determine whether humanity has a future, and what kind of future will be allowed. The echoes of silent ziggurats are finally being answered. The call is coming from above, and it's about to be answered.